Uh, why? Okay. Now, does that even sound as good? It's decent. Okay. Let's finally get fucking started. Close. Go that to 25. Yes. A new vehicle customization option has been unlocked. I should participate in that little tournament stuff. But like when I was playing online over a month ago, I was having issues competing as well as I normally would because I don't have as many carts and wheels to have a good combination. I did well with what I had, but nah. Hmm. Trying to see what the dry bones can really do. The acceleration good. The basic acceleration. I need some speed along with it. That's damn. Uh, no. I need a little some shit. Pure acceleration. I don't know how well that'll do. Whatever. I'm just gonna give it a shot just to see what it'll do. too close. Ah, way ahead of the pack. So this is a good combination after all. Ah, fuck. I ain't gonna lie to you, I wasn't really paying attention to where I was on the road. Yeah, always have to remember that the brake is my friend. $200cc teaches you a lot. Because honestly, I rarely even try to use that as a strategy in the previous games. To keep myself on track, no pun intended. One game in Mario Kart says I really want to get my skills up in, or Mario Kart Wii, and that's only because I've never been able to really use the trick system because I always play the game with the GameCube controller. So I don't even know how to do tricks with the GameCube controller. Let's drink the last of this water. Final water of the day. Time for one of my favorite tracks. And one of my favorite songs. I remember Smooth McGroove's acapella of this track. It was, oh my god, that shit's good. Speaking of which, that guy hasn't made any new song in the past year or two. And that's a damn shame. I especially like his acapella of the red soil area theme in Super Metroid, because I already love that fucking theme, but goddamn did he make it even more appealing. Speaking of Metro, I need to get back to it. I haven't played Metro game since I finished Super Metroid. Because I beat the first game, which is actually kind of appealing, but to be honest, I only got through that game as well as I did because of that guide I used. Because I knew going into that game that it's so non-linear that, like, unless I'm the inquisitive type, I wouldn't do so well in the game, because I'm not that inquisitive in video games. Like, exploration is not my thing. Like I just don't have that keen eye for like finding secrets. So a game like Metroid, I can't always get the most enjoyment out of for that reason, the way it's designed. So that's why as I continue to stream, most of the games I play are more linear in design. Now I don't mind a little bit of non-linearity, but to the extent that say a Metroidvania game has, I I have trouble with that. Because I can get caught up in the vastness of the areas and levels that I won't know exactly what I should be doing in order to progress. Even though they're well designed non-linear games, a lot of them, it's just I could do well for a while and then just get completely lost and confused, or I'll end up going into an area that I'm not prepared for, and that's because I need to find a particular item to do well in that area. Like whether it be I find a boss, or it's a bunch of enemies in a particular area, and I need to get a specific item to do. Trying to find the best way to explain it. To either defeat them and move on, or just I can't move on without the item because I can't defeat them otherwise. And I had that problem with Castlevania Symphony of the Night. Like I was so confused on what I should do at a certain point. And I was still early on in that game. I mean, at least 30% of the way through. And I was using a guide. And I was finding the game enjoyable, but again, it's like I'd rather not have to rely on or feel the need to rely on a guide in order to play a game. And that's like the only problem I have with games that are Metroidvania in design. They can be fun, but for the type of gamer I am, I'd rather not have to rely on a guide. Especially because like I can be a completionist. Like I do enjoy like fully completing the game, you know, getting bang for my buck, like make sure I didn't, you know, waste my time. So I want to get the most out of the game at the time that I choose to play it. Now if I gotta use a guide, I gotta use a guide, but you know, if I'd rather the game be designed in a way where I don't have to rely on an outside source to do certain things. Not only in design in games like Sonic, I think work well. Because it's not solely built off of having a complete world to go through. Whereas Sonic, they have those different they have different areas, so you can find different ways, more efficient ways to complete the level. That's the entire purpose of exploration in Sonic the Hedgehog. And that design I like. That non-linear design I like. But from all of what I know about Metroid Fusion, which is the next Metroid game I need to play. Um, by the way, to give perfect context to that is, I sought out to get into series that I hadn't before, but I was always interested in. And Metroid was one of them. And like any other series that I've started to play through that I never played through before, the way I do it is I like to go in chronological order, like chronological / sequential order. Like I'll play every game. I'll try to play every game in the series, but in order. Because like if I play, I know myself, and I may end up. My perspective may be skewed if I play the one of the newer games as opposed to starting off with the original entries. That way I can properly go into each game with a proper mindset. Because I would hate to misjudge the game based on my experience with a potentially better experience within the series. That's why I'm hesitant to play, say, the Resident Evil remakes, because it's like I kind of want to get an appreciation for the original first. That way I know exactly how a Resident Evil game should be. Because when trying to indulge in any type of entertainment, it's good to like go into it without any type of bias. That way you can get the most enjoyment out of it. So it just helps with your experience when you go in fresh, and then you can assess it the way it is. That way I'm not just sitting there like, oh my god, why doesn't it play like this? You know, I can easily judge it on its own merits. Now, I may compare it to a game in a similar genre, but as far as comparing it to another game in the series, I don't want to do that, because eventually I'm going to move on to the next entry. And say if I play a remaster or remake version, then I'm more than likely not going to enjoy playing the original version. And as far as Resident Evil is concerned, tank controls are a big part of its design. And the fixed camera layout. So knowing that if I played, say, Resident Evil 4, 5, 6, I believe, and the remakes that came out in the past 2 years, I knowing myself that I would prefer games that don't have the design of the original Resident Evil games. I'm going to be spoiled if I play the remakes and the games post PlayStation 1. What is that game? Code Veronica, and I think there was another Resident Evil game before 4, I believe, that also had tank controls. And if I ever play those games before the original ones with the original design, I'm probably going to sit there and nitpick the shit out of the game. So I just want to avoid that, because I already have a problem with games that don't control fluently. But because that's a part of the nature of Resident Evil's design that helps with the experience, I know that I'll be a better judge of it if I just go in fresh and just play those games first and then move up to the more refined controls, the standard controls of any other game. But I have sampled Resident Evil. I've only played the Resident Evil 1 remake on the GameCube. But the difference with that remake though is that it actually stays true to its game design. Like it still has tank controls and it still has a fixed camera. So that doesn't fuck with me. So it won't, so if I did for whatever reason say, hey, I want to go back to the PlayStation 1 version, I won't be skewed. The only thing that would be skewed is like probably my thoughts on the aesthetic. Because I think we all know that, you know, Resident Evil 1 has the standard aesthetic of a lot of PlayStation 1 games. Resident Evil 1 in particular. Because I've seen 2 and 3 and they look a little better. This is decent. I just think it's standard. I want to play Big Blue like right now, but nah. So I'm playing this Link. I'd rather play as someone other than Link, because certain tracks I like using my main racers and preferred combinations. But I really just test everybody out when I'm doing single player. Like every character and every combination I try to test it out to see how well I can do with it. Especially if I really want to start competing against niggas. Because I do well, but I haven't been playing the game enough. Of course, someone would say, you know, it don't take much skill to play Mario Kart, but it does take an amalgam of skill. I didn't use that word right. I don't believe so. I've only heard that word said by a fictional character, that character being Darkseid. But in the context in which he used that word, it sounds like the word means fuck. It sounds like the word means a bit of restrict, I guess. Fuck, bro. No, I was just in first. Wait, what? Wait, nah. Nah, bro. Nah. Yeah, that didn't happen. There's no way that happened. That's actually wild. Like it said I was in first, and then so I'm guessing I forgot who was next to me before I quit, but it had to have been the person that passed me. I don't know. But it doesn't matter. It kind of does, but it's Baby Park, so you get fucking confused. I don't know where anybody is after the first 5 laps. it's hard to keep track because everybody starts getting cluttered. Like now, niggas about to get cluttered. See, because we end up overlapping. Because everybody and their mama keep getting a fucking bullet bill or a star, man. If what happens with happened before, it gets so cluttered that I don't even know who the fuck is in first, so I don't know who I need to overtake. And then when I get hit by a blue shell, and then it gets all confused at the second to last lap. I'm still in first, unlike the last time. Alright, hold on. Give me something else, thank you. Yo, Alright, damn. It's already 9:29, 9:30. Jesus. I'm gonna play for another hour. It's quarantine, got a nigga sleep schedule, all types of fucked up. And I don't be having to do shit besides work. And I'm fine with working, that ain't a problem. But when I can't move about like I want to, such as go to the gym. I mean, I'll work out at home when I can, but you know, nigga, you know, gotta do different types of training. I like to run, I like to jog, shit. Hike. But any physical activity to change things up a bit. I like doing this. Like, obviously I'm gonna stick to a certain regimen for a certain amount of time, but you know, every couple of training sessions I change it up completely from basic weightlifting. You know, still work those muscle groups, but just use a different method of training. Because I'm all about that functionality. You know, the aesthetic is important to me. You know, make sure that, you know, I'm chiseled and I'm also, that my muscles are properly developed. You know, everything proportional and whatnot. But I also gotta consider, am I actually functionally strong? Can I move about my life properly? Because, you know, I don't train just to look good. I train to feel and do good. Because if a nigga spend all the time in the gym and he can't lift up a fucking couch, then what was the point of me training? It's shit like that I consider when training. And shit, I worry about being able to lift stuff that's even heavier than most couches. Like, I'd be able to at least budge a fucking heavy ass fridge by myself, without the help of another dude. Which I can do, I can budget, but I'm talking like with not too much. God dang. The LP curse is happening to me. The only reason why I'm going to quit is because I like to get 3 stars along with the gold trophy. So let's try that again. But Yeah, like my type of training is all about pushing to the beyond what most dudes that are in my weight class. I'm like light heavyweight. I'm speaking in like combat sports terms because, well, that's the main reason why I train. That coincides with it. Because my time doing martial arts, never truly stopped. So I always work the muscles that need to be worked in order for me to properly defend myself. It should just being athletic in general. It just hasn't always been me, but ever since like middle school is when I really started paying attention to physical fitness. How like a lot of guys, it was because of females, you want to get the aesthetic. But over time, that shallow reason left me because of martial arts and training for, my own personal well-being became more important. And it's just fun. Like there's a catharsis from physical training. Especially knowing that you can like better yourself. And when you see the results, that shit just, not only does it boost your confidence, it just makes you like want to keep going. And see how far you can get, especially as a young guy. Shit, if I continue to do well and train smart and train hard in my youth, I'll still be able to keep up training when I get older. Because that's the main thing, longevity. This is more even to have this. It's always weird how the car combinations are. I have a little more speed, but my acceleration is a little low. So that what, like 80% more speed. I'll even it out. So let's try this again. Add to my water log. Pause. Oh my god. Way. Let me get me a log for tomorrow ready. Tomorrow's the 12th. man, this quarantine, man, I've barely been keeping up with the days like that. Like I only worry about the day when it's the day of. That's only because, oh, if I work that day, then yeah, I gotta remember that. We'll have another sunny day tomorrow. Mostly sunny. Over in the East Coast, Upper East Coast. And it looks like we're gonna start getting warmer soon. As such, we're gonna get some more rain. It's funny. There's a saying called April showers bring May flowers. And yet, this spring, on my neck of the woods, it's been quite cold and windy. Shit, for all I know, there aren't no flowers out at this moment. Considering our nigga barely has gone outside. But in any case, I actually like playing this King Boo a lot. Seems to give me a lot of results. And it's been a while since I had played. Oh, fuck, that nigga got a blue shell and I'm right next to him. See, the funny thing is, right? I would think that the game would be programmed to, like, if I was right next to the person that threw the blue shell, which would only happen in on this track, would it actually just not go through the whole, like it wouldn't go all around and then catch me. I would think it would just quick step over to me and then destroy me. But it's interesting though that it's not programmed like that, unless a glitch would happen, and it happened. When did I get in second place? I'm I'm actually thoroughly confused. This is what happens when you don't pay attention. Bro. Ugh. Alright, let's stop all the BS. I'm gonna play as my nigga. My main. Alright. Because last I checked, when I was really trying to see what truly is the best way to well, I apply this logic from time trials. In time trials, it's best to have a heavy character and a cart like this, like this one, the circuit special, and like the small tires, because it amps up your speed, and apparently speed is the most important thing in the game. Last I checked, because this was months ago when I was really trying to do a lot better in time trials, and I actually found I do get better times with a character like Dry Bowser, the circuit special, and wheels like the roller. And clearly his speed is amped up like that, and his acceleration is decent because it's all full 3 bars of it. And I've done pretty well with time trials using him. I've outpaced my old times from back in like 2015. Mind you, I was using like a medium character like Luigi or my Mii. So basically the logic to me is whoever's great in time travel will be great in a normal race. And I've seen that logic is not flawed. So because I almost never have a problem playing regular or Dry Bowser. Well, the few times where I switch it up and play like Wario or Donkey Kong. I mean, you actually fucking pay attention this time. One first. Lap 5. Please do not run to a banana right now. Fuck! Start! No, get away from me. I got a whole star now. Come on. I know I didn't hear no blue show. I think I'm good. Still in first. Alright. I'm gonna actually amp up my mic because it seems a little bit low. At least compared to the game. That's a little better. One set of games I want to consistently stream on, like do whole playthroughs of, the Pac-Man World games. Because I like those. Well, I've mostly played 2. I've never played 3. And Pac-Man World 1, I only ever had the. Alright, that was all me. Because I was too busy talking. But, I never played the PlayStation 1, the original version of Pac-Man World. So, I do plan on playing it. But the only thing that's stopping me is like, I like the authenticity of playing from the original console. And I kind of don't want to play off the emulator. But I mean, I was going to eventually invest in getting, a converter to play older games, record older games from my Elgato for the stream. Eventually I was going to do that, but if there is a good emulator for it, and it works well with, the DS4, little converter software, then all will be well, and I do it that way. But knowing me, I'll probably go ahead and still spring for a video converter. Because if I can play from the original hardware with the original controller and whatnot, then I'm gonna do it. You sound like a nigga broke. And it wouldn't be that much. The one that I found that's recommended. I look at the specs, it'll do what needs to be done. Fuck, drop that bitch. Nah, nigga. Bro, oh my fuck. What am I doing? Niggas is not focused. Alright. Let me check Discord real quick. Nigga bring me playing Street Fighter. Fuck. This nigga Zeus. Good lord. Fuck. I got an awesome. Nigga Jason doing his schoolwork. Nigga really downloaded my GIF. But I don't mind, cause that nigga Caleb City and that nigga King Vader, they was fucking getting it. All right, bub. Let's try that again. I'm doing it because I need to switch it up. That's a lot better. You know what? Fuck it. Because I was thinking about the acceleration I was sacrificing. But we're going to see how we fare with mostly speed. I always prefer having the well, 3-item rotation. It's like a whole shield. And completely protects you. I rarely like had an item like actually break through the middle. And it's still hitting even with all 3 of them surrounding me. Fuck! Yeah. You're driving. Thanks for the boost. Thanks for the boost. Keep moving. Fuck, give me something else. Just in case. Because I saw that red show. Please. Another. Alright. Next race. You know what's really crazy? It's really already been 3 years since the Switch has been the main system. It really is crazy. Like, I feel like yesterday I saw the first trailer of it. And when I saw in that trailer footage of Mario Kart 8 Deluxe, made my nigga damn, he was like, oh my god, is that Mario Kart Double Dash 2? And the only reason why, at least I thought that, was because of the 2 item slots. I didn't really pay attention to the fact that even in the trailer it didn't show 2 characters in one cart. I didn't pay no attention to that. But needless to say, a nigga was hype, you know. New system looks promising, and of course the whole the driving factor of why niggas want it is because it's a home console and a handheld console. And the first thing that was on my mind, the big selling point for this is the first home console Pokemon game. Not like the Coliseum games, like true a main series RPG Pokemon. Fuck! I slowed up because I got hit by the blue shell. I like it to at the knee. One bitch. Fuck! Bro. God dang it. Oh, still got him. Yes. If only that happened in the previous race. From before. Oh, so you like taking shortcuts, huh? I'm keeping this red show. I just hope he doesn't tailgate, because I'm gonna need it. Okay, please keep going. Get the 2. Fuck, please. Yes. Whew. Thank God for my maneuver. Because I would have went, if I didn't maneuver the way I did in that split second, I would have went right into the out of bounds part. Okay. And luckily I was able to make good use out of that bomb. A well aimed throw. I felt it was going to happen because I did it as soon as 2 came up. Alright. For the next cup, I'm going to be using the Pac-Man suit. It's the best suit in the game for me, in my opinion. You would think it would be Sonic. If you know me, you know that Sonic the Hedgehog is my favorite video game series. And if this wasn't inspired by the Sonic Boom design, I believe it would be better. I believe it would be better designed if it was based off of either regular / modern Sonic or fucking regular / classic Sonic. But no, they chose Boom, and the design is fine for what it is, but no. For what they were going for and the type of aesthetic that they had for that version of the series, you know, it's fine, but nah, it's not as appealing as OG Sonic the Hedgehog. Like, yeah, I'm willing to bet that. Well, then again, you know what? The only thing that they would probably, the only thing that, if you literally just remove this, you know, little scarf, then it would be regular Sonic, actually. The only thing that makes it identifiably Boom would be the scarf. So, you know, I can see you on that. But I still think they could have made a better designed suit. A better designed Sonic themed suit. Move, nigga. Shit. These niggas are plotting against me. Bro. I said, really trying to jump on right now. Now, one thing I never really pay attention to on this track, because I rarely would choose to do this track if I was doing like time trial or racing against other people, is that every time you play it, it'll switch the time of day. I always remembered it being that it had a day and night cycle during the track. I, for whatever reason, recall that always being the case. Break. Because I may as well practice it in 150cc while I can, because 200cc will be coming up soon after I do mirror. I only got one more cup of regular 150cc. I have yet on the original version of Mario Kart 8 to get all the stars on every track into Undersea. Like I never golden trophy, but not every star. Shit, I haven't gotten every cart and wheel and glider in the original version. Because I know I think I got one of the golden parts. I think I got the golden tires. But I haven't gotten the golden glider or the cart. And that's the main reason why I constantly play the regular mode, the Grand Prix, because I rather 100% everything than I could devote my time to racing niggas online. But as you gotta get, I don't even know how many total coins it takes to unlock everything. But goddamn, there's a good amount of parts. You know, I just realized I didn't take a screenshot of the trophy I got in the previous cup. Oh well. I like to do the screenshots. I used to do that all the time on the Wii U. Just to capture all of my moments. And post it onto the Miiverse. I really did like that. It was nice. But no, they had to fucking discontinue it like a couple months to a year before they released the Switch. I think that was early 2016 when they discontinued it. I forget exactly, but I just know one of the last things I ever posted on there was basically like a mini review of Sonic Boom Rise Lyric. To give even more context to why I was talking about this fucking suit right here, because the only reason I gave him that scarf was because that same year that Mario Kart 8 came out, Sonic Boom Rise of Lyric, Shattered Crystal, and the show premiered. And the comic. And the comic is better than... Well, it's better than the games, the initial two games. I really like this show, but I remember that first episode was great. Second episode was cool. Third episode was okay. And after that, it was decent. But I haven't watched the show since 2016, because that's when I really sat down and watched the first season. And technically it would have 3 seasons, but they have multiple episodes. Like, it's up to like episode 50 something. I don't know, it's some absurd number in one season, the second season. And if you really broke that up in typical, like the typical number of episodes that a season would have of television, it would really be 3 seasons, if not 4, because I think season 1 had maybe like 30 episodes in it. Oh, great, land ship. You know what? Because I unlocked that, play as one of the Koopa kids. Although I don't even know if Bowser Jr. is even considered one of them, but he technically is a Koopa kid, so nevertheless. I need a little more speed. I got a lot of fucking traction. But what was I really about to say regarding that previous topic? Oh yeah, when I had originally did that, like most people who were on my side of the fence on the game, it never like I think what really killed that game, at least from the general consensus about it, is that people really, they allowed it to leave their mind that it's a spin-off, not one of the main series games. So a lot of people criticize the game, like the way they did it is that they came from the premise that it should play like the main series Sonic the Hedgehog games. But everybody knew it was a spinoff. Everybody knew it was being designed by a completely different developer. It wasn't Sonic Team. So, and the only like out of Rise of Lyric and Shattered Crystal, the only one that plays similar to a regular Sonic game is Shattered Crystal. Because last I checked, Dimps had involvement with that. I could be wrong, but typically speaking, it's always Dimps that handles the handheld games. So, it just, like the game itself is average. Like objectively, it's average. Like for the, if you look at it from the type of game that it is, like the genre that it fits in, which is just simply action adventure, open world platformer, it's average from its game design and its level design. It's average. Like you can have any low skilled gamer pick it up, play it, and they'll do fine with it. They may have a little trouble here and there, but because the game doesn't really penalize you with like a life system, even if you fuck up, you go right back to where you died. It has puzzle game aspects, which you could see in games like, say, Ratchet and Clank. You know, and the game is more similar to Ratchet and Clank, Jack and Daxter style platformer, as opposed to a Sonic the Hedgehog or a Super Mario style platformer. Because the game is more about like completing objectives within the open world. And also, you know, defeating a certain amount of enemies to move on to the next area. And also puzzles that lead you to the next area. It's designed like that. You know, it's, like I said, it's more like a Jack and Daxter, Ratchet and Clank type of game. And if I was going to judge it based on anything, I would do it based on those style of games, because that, like, its design is very much like those. Hell, I could even say it's also like I can throw in Pac-Man World as is very much like that. I haven't seen there for a while. And as far as like, my point in saying that is the fact that you're supposed to judge the game A, on its own merits, and B, if you're going to compare it to other games, it has to be a game that is similar in design, because otherwise you're being unfair to the game and the designers. Like, you're making a correlation that's not even there. If you compare that style of game to the previous Sonic games, that's just unfair. The game's automatically gonna underperform if you go under that premise. Because obviously it's not going to play like the previous Sonic games because the design, and it was advertised this way. This is another thing too. It was advertised to play differently. It's a spin-off, not only in its aesthetic, its take on the characters, but also its gameplay. So if you have that in mind, you'll know precisely how you should judge it as you play it. But in typical fashion, anything that has to do with Sonic the Hedgehog will automatically be shit on. And also, people will use that as an excuse to shit on Sonic Team. Now, you know, is Sonic Team really competent to make new entries in the series? Yes, they are, actually. Now my thing is that Iizuka has... the only problem with the direction of the main series is that they're fearful. Iizuka primarily because he's the head of Sonic Team. You know, he took the reins over from Yuji Naka. So he has responsibility to make sure that not only are they making, you know, like what they as creators want to make, but they also have to remember that they have fans at the end of the day. They have consumers that they have to supply. You know, whatever the fans demand, you know, you gotta supply it to them. But the iffy thing about that is that Iizuka does listen to the fans. He does. It's just that he's trying to appease every fan. And that's like the crippling thing. It's like, and I think everybody pretty much knows that, like, you shouldn't focus on pleasing everybody because you can't please everybody. And the Sonic fan base, and even people who are outside the Sonic fan base that have influenced the series more than the fans. And that shit is funny to me. And it really shows who's not only Iizuka, but the rest of the people who work at Sega, particularly on the Sonic IP. It really shows who they listen to, though, because even though they listen to the fans, they'll throw in things that they'll know that will appeal to a lot of us. It's not a complete package because it's drawn from other different places, primarily from a place of not trying to be as creative, trying to take risk like they did before 2010. Like, you, objectively, that's my main thing. Forget opinion. Let's just think about the truth. Every game before Sonic Colors, well, let's say the majority. Let me say the majority. Objectively, the majority of the games in the Sonic series, the main platformer series, you know, that's the main part of the Sonic the Hedgehog. I think we all can agree that the majority of the Sonic games before 2010 were good. Like, objectively, as platformers on their own, and just as the type of platformers that Sonic is made out to be. If you were just gonna judge one Sonic game to another to say what Sonic should be. From Sonic 1, if we count Sonic 1, 2, 3 Knuckles, C, D, the advanced games, the adventure games, Heroes, World Adventure, aka Unleashed, the Rush games, I'm trying to think, because I was thinking of the more obscure games, I guess you could say, like the Master System, Game Gear ones. Sonic 1 on Game Gear. That's good. Sonic 2 on Game Gear, I'm gonna hold judgment on that because I've never 100. I never 100%ed it. I never completed that game. It's kind of it has a reputation for being a little difficult, and that's what stopped me for a while from trying to go out of my way to do it. But nevertheless, I think with most of the games I laid out, oh, Sonic and the Black Knight, that is so underrated because much like Boom, it was criticized for. It's criticized for not being Sonic, even though it is advertised as a spin-off. That alone is why Sonic Boom is treated the way it is. People just suddenly on a dime forgot that it's a spin-off, and they judged it on the same merit as the main series platformers. That was not fair to the game, and it still isn't, because some people they still judge the game in the same way that they did over 5 years ago. Now, if you don't like I don't like the game that much, but that's just taste. But if you're saying that, if you're gonna make a definite statement, this game is this, not I think this game is this, then you have a certain responsibility to back up that statement with facts and evidence, logic and reason. Don't just be saying it's something because you didn't like it. That's ridiculous. And hell, that's dangerous to a lot of like series, because like if the general consensus is that, oh, this game is bad because I didn't like this part, or you be like Pro Jared when he was fucking reviewing Sonic Adventure 2. Nigga was projecting extra hard. Nigga talking about we. Nigga kept saying we. Like, bro, what are you talking about? Speak for yourself. Talking about some damn. We put our own biases aside. No, I'm trying to remember. I'm trying to remember exactly what he said. It was like around the end of that particular video. And like basically his point in summary was trying to say that we, as in everyone, which included him, believed that the game was great because of nostalgia, essentially. That's what his argument boiled down to. That everyone had the thought process that, hey, you know, this is a great game from my childhood. You know, it has no flaws. No one thought that. I'm doing the same thing as him. I can't say no one. But what I can say is that most people, since from when the game came out all the way up until 2012, because that's when the consensus started to change, oddly enough, I really don't even know how that happened. But it's just the fact that you're gonna say that, oh, I like this game once upon a time, a few years gone by. You know, I don't suddenly think that way about it no more, therefore it is bad. And the only problem with that is the way that it's phrased. One would have to believe that you're making a definite statement. You're saying that like it's a fact, like it's the truth that this is not of quality. Simply because I da 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 don't believe it. Like I don't like the aesthetic of the game. Therefore, the graphics and the art direction is terrible. I don't like the music. Therefore, it is terrible. I don't like the gameplay. Therefore, it is terrible. You know what I mean? And it's fine. Again, if it's your taste, it's your taste. That's fine, but don't go around making statements that something is bad simply because you said it's bad. When there's evidence to the contrary, that's the big thing. So when you're in the case again of like say Sonic Boom, right, or Sonic and the Black Knight, like if you're gonna say that this game is bad or the comment this isn't Sonic, well, okay, you might be right, but why is that? Well, because Sonic shouldn't have a sword. Okay, you would be right, but you would be right only in the sense that he shouldn't have a sword in the main platforming games. But in Sonic and the Black Knight, it was a spin-off, and it's in the gameplay department. Obviously not in this, like it's not a different Sonic. It's like not a different version of like the character in the world, that stuff. The aesthetic, the art direction. It's not a spin-off in that sense, but it is a spin-off in the gameplay sense. It's not only now there's a gimmick of Sonic carrying the sword, but that's not the only difference of the game. The overall design is actually the same as Sonic and the Secret Rings, which everyone knows is a spin-off, and people didn't even really. Some people did, but some people didn't. I saw more of like a half and half thing on how people judge Sonic and the Secret Rings. But it seems like Sonic and the Black Knight got more shit. And the funny thing is, at least from the controls, excuse me, at least from the controls of the game, it was such a better game to play. Like, even though I'm not the biggest fan of the Wiimote and nunchuck, it worked well with a lot of games, but I'm just I'm a traditional controller type of guy. But when the game is designed well with the Wiimote, it's designed well with the Wiimote. And Sonic and the Secret Rings was not. But Sonic and Black Knight was. And why is that? Is because it wasn't heavily designed on the Wiimote itself being used. It included the nunchuck for control. And what did the nunchuck have? It had an analog stick like a traditional controller. And the only thing you used the Wiimote for was to attack. And jump, because A button is on there. And also that the to use that special gauge for to A, speed up, and B, to home in on enemies. It's been a minute since I played Black Knight. But that's basically the control scheme. The control scheme is a lot closer to a traditional control scheme of any platformer that you can play compared to Sonic and the Secret Rings. And based off that, just the playability factor, I would think people would have I would think people would be a more kind to the game and actually would have more enjoyment out of it. But people, many people, particularly professional reviewers, and I put the quotes around that because it's like, yeah, you may have a like the, you may be like, say, um, you may be like IGN, you know, you're considered a reporter, you know, you'll have the, you know, the news segments and place it on YouTube, you know, you get a lot of views on it. You know, you're recognized as a legit, you know, news source in the gaming world. So the consensus would be, you know what you're talking about. But but I think we all know, especially Sonic fans, you can't spell ignorance without IGN. And it's just it's just ridiculous the logic that IGN and others used at the time to say that the game was bad. And oftentimes their reasoning, and you'll especially see it in their Sonic World Adventure review. Like that one's infamous. Because in the gameplay, the dude was playing like a big piece of garbage. Like he calls the game. And it's it's just so funny looking back at that stuff. Because it really like helped me develop a more analytical mindset. Because it's like I knew what they were saying was bullshit, but I had like this reactionary thing about it. It's like because at that time, you know, I was a kid. I was more opinionated. I wasn't more on the facts and evidence side. So I didn't really, you know, construct arguments like I do these days. Because, you know, I'm a young adult and I get I get pressed about my ideas and, you know, my positions on a lot of things. So I kind of got to, you know, have a good base. I actually have to like know what I believe on whatever it may be. So I believe in truth over everything. The truth, not my truth. And that has allowed me to win pretty much every argument I've ever had in the past 5 years. And that's mainly because A, I only talk about shit I know about. And B, I just got naturally good at debating. I guess it's a natural talent because even when I was a kid, you know, I would always get into those debates. You know, as a Sonic fan, you know, you get into the basic debate, you know, who's better, Mario or Sonic? Obviously, I would say Sonic because I was more into his games. But you know, it would be like I was a kid, so I would only have these conversations with other kids. So it's not like I had any like intellectual type of kid, you know, to challenge me on this shit. So I guess you could say most of the time it was a stalemate because I would argue the same way I would argue now. I can imagine like if I really recorded myself back in the day, I bet you like I fall into the same traps that a lot of the people I argue these days fall into. Mm. But yeah, it's just looking back and seeing how people argued back then, and I would see it and like just hear it, and I'm just sitting here, what the hell are they talking about? So it's just, it really is something, man. And the worst part about it is that, especially in Sonic the Hedgehog's case, it's like, because, and this is my biggest point on uh, people believing that Sonic Team isn't competent enough to make the games anymore. Um, it's the fact that people forget that A. Izuka, the man that's in charge, he's been around since Sonic 3 and Knuckles. A lot of his ideas, a lot of his game design philosophy has fed into the games Sonic 3 and Knuckles onward. And a lot of his input actually helped in the success in the majority of the games in the series. The biggest, his biggest contribution to the series is with the adventure games. It was his idea to add in more story, add in more to the lore of Sonic, add in more to the characters of Sonic. And that did well. It actually added more to the appeal of the series because, after all, at the very beginning, the Genesis, no pun intended, the genesis of the series was, we want to subvert what platformers, well, games in general were known for, which is to have minimal story, minimal character in its titular characters that you play as. Besides maybe, I would say the Castlevania games, Metroid, and Final Fantasy, Phantasy Star. No, there weren't too many popular games that had any identifiable character with its characters, or even, trying to intrigue the audience with, say, a story, because that's what story is for, is to contextualize what you're doing in the game. It gives you extra incentive to play and, beat the game. It is entertainment at the end of the day. You want to get your audience as immersed as possible. Needless to say, I'm pro story in video games. And Sonic the Hedgehog is one of the trying to think of the word for it. Leading pioneers of that. Because even in the classic games, in the Japanese stories, which you can consider the original stories of the games, because Sonic is a Japanese character, and the bulk of his games are made by the Japanese Sonic team. Japanese Sega of Japan, and it's their ideas that go into the games. So in the Japanese stories, they actually have more. They have more story, better story, and character definition of the characters. Like, they actually give proper attention to the personas of the Sonic characters and their motivations and whatnot, and then also the lore of the Sonic world. And again, thanks to Izuka's brilliance, he wanted to expand on what was laid out in Sonic 1, 2, CD, 3, and Knuckles. And it really worked. Adventure 1 was a good story. It could have been great, but the way that what is his name? His last name is Nishiyama, but I forgot his first name. He also did the story for Sonic Rush. Let me look that up really quick. Sonic Rush. Scenario writer. Akinori Nishiyama. Akinori Nishiyama. It's like I knew that was his first name, but I had to double check. So yeah, he. As a matter of fact, I already knew that he worked on a lot of other games in the series, but it was Sonic Adventure, scenario writer of that. He was also one of the game designers. Let me see if he was on Rush Adventure as well. Excuse me. This damn script. I don't need this script. I just need. Hold on. Fuck. I just want to be certain. Damn. I'm looking at Sonic Rush Adventure to see if his name is on here too, but nevertheless, he wrote Sonic Adventure, and he writes the characters well, and he did a great job expanding the lore. Obviously, Takashi Iizuka has some involvement with helping writing that story, because he was a director. Like, he probably supervised it, if anything, because he was the director of the game. But Shiro Maekawa, who is without a doubt the best writer in the fucking series. Adventure 2 is his magnum opus, and Sonic and Black Knight, another reason why I love that game, is its story. Like, if you want to know why I love Sonic the Hedgehog as a character, those two games in particular say it all. Let alone the other characters, because I'll get to that in a moment. I don't want to detract from my main point. Basically, Takashi Iizuka, his contributions to the game design of Sonic, the evolution of that, the evolution of the characters by focusing more on story, to take the original, design philosophy around Sonic, which is to be a subversion of what platformers, games in general, were known for, and turning it on its head by, giving the character's character, giving context to the gameplay, having full investment into what you're doing to completely immerse you in the experience. Izuka really did help push the series to the next level. Now, when we get to, Shadow the Hedgehog, and he was director on that game as well. And Naka was producer, because that was like the last game that that was the last game that he had any full involvement on. And because as we should all know, Sonic 06, that was when he left, and a lot of people attribute that to Sonic 06's downfall, why that was trash. And yeah, that did contribute to it, but it was, publisher mandate of getting the game out at this specific deadline, despite the fact that the game clearly needed more time to work on. And I'm not really gonna trash on Yuji Naka for, leaving the way he did, even though I question it. It's like, I can speak for how I am now. I personally would have just finished the job and then make my leave, because god dang. And I mainly say that because, if like, he's the co-creator of the series, and that's kind of like your brainchild. Like, why would you allow your child to fail like that? God dang it. But, I understand why Yuji Naka left. It was just a matter of, hey, I kind of want to do other things. I feel like I'm being, too pressured to stick to this one thing. It's funny enough, like, his reason for leaving when he did was similar to, say, like, Masahiro Sakurai. Because as we all, if you know anything about Masahiro Sakurai, that nigga's talk about workaholic. Because the story is about him and the development of the Smash games. I mean, Jesus, talk about devoting yourself to your career. I mean, good lord. Like, if Naka had that, just the intent, I started it. I have like, and he does have, like, again, that's like his brainchild. I would think that, you would make sure that you're, like, basically, that's all you, my guy. And, like, one of your creations that had major success, you would think you would have made sure that, like, especially, the hype around the game, the way that the game is being pushed, is like, this is going to be the best Sonic game ever since, say, at least Adventure 2, which is only 5 years earlier. And the design of the game was very promising, because the game design of the game, it was very much that of Adventure 1 more so than 2. It was like 2 in terms of, like, how, the narrative was. But in terms of gameplay, it was more like Adventure 1. So you had that, and then, the extravagant, CG cutscenes. The first one, I mean, goddamn, was that shit beautiful. and not to mention it's just like that entire sequence. That's like when Eggman descends on the city, and when Sonic shows up. That I'll never forget that. When I first saw that, and the music and everything, like that, just like the game had that epicness feeling. That's how they were hyping up the game, and then come November 2006, fuck man. And I didn't play the game until actually 13 years ago. Like it was around like May 2007. I remember that. And it wasn't even my copy because I didn't have a 360 at the time. I just played it over at my aunt's house on my cousin's 360. And I didn't, and at that time I wasn't even on the internet like that. Like I would get on every now and again, but I'm not like how I am now, or even a few years ago in middle school, because 2007 nigga was still in elementary. I'm Gen Z for my TV viewers. That if you don't know, because for all I know, it could be one of my friends that's making up one of YouTube viewers. But either way, I nigga was a youngin'. That was before YouTube really became like the thing to be on. Because even in 2007, I mean, people were on YouTube, but you know, that was still, you know, Rick rolling cat video era. No, it wasn't, you know, when 2008-ish was when like Let's Plays and stuff like that really, and game reviews started to become a big thing. So I didn't really see what the general consensus was back then. The only thing I had that really talked about the game, and this was before the game actually came out, was a Game Informer issue that I wish I still had it. I only have 3 old Game Informers from back in the mid 2000s. And the one that had, and Sonic 06 on that particular Game Informer was it was on the front cover, and it was on the first few pages of the issue. God dang! Good thing I got hit by the red shell because I didn't get affected by the blue one. But yeah, like I didn't really have any other connection to anyone else's thoughts or the general consensus on the game, that people thought that it was the end of Sonic and all that shit. And just imagine like being a part of Sonic Team, any one of them, particularly Azuka, because Azuka became the main guy after Naka left. So just imagine having to take the reins after this disaster. And then see how so many people lack logic when assessing the quality of your product. And not only that, they actually have an impact on your fan base, to where the consensus in your fan base is starting to liken to the same as these, again, quote, professional reviewers. So now you can see why Azuka is in a dilemma, especially for that grace period. From what was Dark Age and what wasn't Dark Age. Because I've noticed that recently a lot of people are starting to really assess what truly was a part of the Dark Age of Sonic. Now, for me, again, I come at it from an objective standpoint. I would place. I would say it started with Shadow the Hedgehog. Sonic and Rush and Sonic Rush and Shadow the Hedgehog came out the exact same day. So as far as the timeline, someone would probably throw it in there just because of that. But no, and, if we were gonna judge it on the quality of the games and the way that, the direction of the series at that time, Shadow the Hedgehog would be the start of it. Now, even though, again, that's another case of it being a spinoff, it being promoted as such, and people still took it as one of the games of the main series, gameplay wise. So therefore, we'll judge it as such. People thought that only because the story and the character, the version of the character, it wasn't a new interpretation of Shadow. It was just Shadow the Hedgehog. And it continued from the plots of Sonic Heroes, Sonic Adventure 2, and even Sonic Battle, because Sonic Battle is canon as well. So, I think people more or less cling on to that is the fact that aesthetically and from what the story was, it was still a part of the main series, but they still disregard the fact that gameplay wise, design wise, it's not one of the main games. It's a spinoff. And in all the developer interviews you can find, every developer, they'll tell you, yeah, we made a spinoff game. That was our intent. That's what we did, and it's clear in its design. It is not one of the main series games, so you should not be judging it as such. But nevertheless, it's a part of the Dark Age because of its presentation, its localization in America. I guess I can include Europe too, because to my knowledge, the European version, the PAL version, is pretty much the exact same. But in the Japanese version, it's pretty much, typical of what you would see in the Japanese version of the games. Like it stays true to how all the characters and the tone that the series usually stays in. Of course, aesthetically, the art direction is more dark, for lack of a better term. Just the antithesis of the previous games in the series. But it's supposed to be like that because, it's based around the character of Shadow the Hedgehog. Now, it's not to say like you don't see the usual type of tropes that you see in Sonic, like carnivals and Eggman bases and stuff like that. Because the game has a decent art direction, especially for like, it's not like the game is completely devoid of like color and vibrant aesthetic, because you look at Mad Matrix or shit, if you look at Cryptic Castle, that's a nice looking level with a nice looking aesthetic. But yeah, it's mainly the main problem that people had with that game and why it's a part of the Dark Age. And while I would agree with, it's because of the way it was handled in the major market for Sonic the Hedgehog, and that's America. And the way that the game was marketed was, edgy the hedgy, as one would say, it's just hardcore, too cool for school, the stereotypical 2000s, you're hard up the hill of the 90s where everything's radical. But now in the 2000s, everybody's got to be, some fucking punk that is not, is not down with the status quo. Because this is the same era of, GTA 3's success, and then that affected how a lot of games during that era were designed. Just like platformers were the main was the hot commodity of the 90s. The the GTA style games, the mission based mature themed characters and plot and environments. That was very typical of the 2000s, and Shadow the Hedgehog played right into that. Now, in all the developer interviews I've seen, the Sonic team in Sega Japan, they weren't even thinking of trying to fit what, the popular thing that was going on because of the influence of, say, Grand Theft Auto. It just came off that way because it happened to have that similar tone to it. So, their thing was they just wanted to base a game around Shadow, and they were coming up with any new ideas, any new gimmicks that they can throw in, and they already had the intention again of making a spin-off. So the level design and all of that, it would already be different. So they were trying to think of what would be interesting gameplay wise to give Shadow, and they said let's do firearms. And it's not like and it's another thing too. It's like characters like Gamma and Eggman, they've been around before Shadow the Hedgehog, the game. Basically what I'm trying to say is there have been playable characters in Sonic that have used firearms before. Now, I will say that the difference is that, they're realistic guns, realistic sound effect of a gun, and you're killing humans. Which you never did in Sonic before. You killed robots. And water monsters and fucking giant lizards with fucking boils all over it because it can't survive without life support. How even in later games post Shadow the Hedgehog, you fight genies and fucking basically every Sonic game beforehand, even though it mixes, like Sonic at core aesthetic was to be surreal, like have like a twinge of realism but fantasy as well. So I understand, the fact that Shadow is killing human beings with real guns, and of course from a presentation standpoint, the sound design, that they actually have the same sound effect as a typical gun. When you look back at, say, Sonic Adventure 2 or Sonic Adventure 1 with Gamma, Eggman, and Tails, even though, yeah, they are firearms that you're using, they were like cannons that had like laser blasters. Although, actually, in reality, they did have bullets, because, when you press the B button like a single time and not hold it down to fire your laser, you do shoot actual bullets. But nevertheless, people they divorced that from their head. That firearms did. Oh, Sonic X, there were firearms there. Although when you watch the dub, they of course, because it's for kids mainly, they edited out the realistic gun sound. There's one case where they didn't actually edit the look of the guns. They left it alone, but they did alter the sound effect. But hey, man, just how it is, man. The optics almost always outweigh the reality of the situation. But to progress on to get to the bigger point, basically I would put Shadow the Hedgehog in there because of its poor localization in America, making it edgy, and well, actually I would just leave it at that. The fact is just the localization. That was the only thing I would say that would put it in the Dark Age. You know, that showed like the mishandling of the series, because that's what the Dark Age is really meant to be. Like, that's why we call it the Dark Age. And whenever someone calls it the Dark Age of Sonic, is to speak about the mishandling of the series. So that is mishandling. And then the 06, obviously. Like, that shouldn't even be up for contention. I mean, and that's why nobody really wants to talk about 06 anymore, because we're beating a dead horse. And that's probably why so many people are starting to come out and like, I really do like this game. Yeah, okay. Yeah, you got some questionable taste there, buddy, but hey, you're entitled to it. As long as you don't start going around saying that as long as you don't go around making definite statements that it is a good game with no evidence behind that. And you're really trying to push it as like it is, that like that's the truth. As long as you don't do that, I ain't gonna come for you, bro. I'm not gonna do it. You're cool. I was still questioning you on it, but as long as you're not trying to impose it as the truth, you're cool. I'm not going to come at you for it. But I kind of keep I'm not going off topic, but it's like I'm trying to like get to the true point. I'm trying to lead up into it. But because I'm playing the game simultaneously, it's not like I'm doing a review or having a whole podcast about it. But yeah. Like basically like and from 06 I've Clement J64, as I know him for, because I've been a fan of his for years. I've been watching his channel for years. Now he just simply does The Great Clement, which has always been like his self-proclaimed title. Now it's just his YouTube username. But nevertheless, Clement has brought up the argument of Sonic Rush Adventure being part of the Dark Age. Not simply because it happens to fit in that timeline, but because some of its design elements are that of the other Dark Age games, so it would fit. And I would agree with it because, like the whole thing of the whole little material system for upgrading all of your vehicles. I kind of disagree with that choice in the design as well, because it's like, now you've got me grinding in order to progress through the game. And you can actually use the tip. You can actually compare, you can use the line of logic to judge Sonic Rush Adventure to previous entries in the series, because it's not a spin-off and it's designed like previous games in the series. Its design philosophy is that of the previous games, particularly the 2D style games. I would say more like its design is more that of Advance in the original Rush game. Well, the advanced games in the original Rush game shared the same design philosophy of Sonic Run 2 CD. Well, Sonic 1, 2, 3, and Knuckles. Adventure 1 and Adventure 2. I was going to say CD, but it has more emphasis on exploration. So, I would, I'm a little standoffish about using CD as a measure to compare it to. Because it kind of slightly went outside the box for its design. Because it focuses more on exploration. But because of the whole grinding aspect that they added in, and also the way you get Chaos Emeralds in that game, I question, because it's like, why would, in order to get the Chaos Emeralds in that game, you have to race the new character Johnny, one of the pirates that you have to go up against in the game. And the first time you race him, you just automatically cross paths with him, because that's basically scripted. When you go to the 3rd level, Coral Cave, the 3rd zone, I guess I should say, 3rd island, Coral Cave, you meet up with him first, and then you make it to Coral Cave. But any other time after that, in order to locate him on the map, you have to go to these little splooshes on the map that signify that he's there. And the only indicator that would be where you find Johnny on the map is that when you originally race him, it shows the marker on the screen that it's in like a little blue area on the map. Every other part of the map is darkened, like the sea portion, except for those parts on the map. But the thing is, though, not every small mark on the map is where Johnny is. He's in the general location a lot of time, but he's never always in those specific spots. So basically, you have to play a guessing game. You're basically on a goose chase, unless you look up a guide or something around that time. So at the time of playing the game, it's like, to put it in better context of how one would put that in the Dark Age, which I would now in retrospect, is like considering things like that, the grinding aspect and the way to get Chaos Emeralds in order to 100% the game. It's like, it's not clear. The game doesn't even tell you where to look for Johnny. It just says that, hey, you know, Johnny's out there somewhere to race. But it doesn't give you a hint that he'll be in these specific type of areas. And that's poor design. They should have made it clear what you had to do, or they should have just had fucking special stages. Either way, if you're not gonna make it clear to the player, then don't fucking put it in the game. Because now you got niggas going on a goose chase. And what I brought up earlier about the appeal of Metroidvania games to me, they can be fun, but a lot of the time, the fact that you more than likely will, if you're the type of player I am, you're more than likely gonna need a guide to get the most enjoyment out of those games. Because I'm not gonna be like, I'm not the explorative type of gamer. Like I would never be the type of nigga to make a video on YouTube showing people how to get to certain secrets. Like, I would never be that guy. Like, because when I see those guide videos come out like only a couple hours to a day after the game releases, I'm like, shit, how do you niggas do that? Like, that takes a certain type of skill, a certain like talent for exploration inquisitive, like an inquisitive nature to really like be able to do that. Because in a lot of games, like in Sonic Rush Adventure, it's not made clear. You would really have to be like, all right, like you would have to get in the mind of the developer to be like, what type of bullshit way would they make you do something? Like, that's the only way I could believe that these niggas be doing that within like a day. So it's like those design elements of Sonic Rush Adventure that I could understand why you would put it in the Dark Age. The Rivals games, I don't believe they should really be classified as a part of that. Another case of some spin-offs. They may have been average, mediocre, and but nevertheless, they were still playable. They still were well designed for the games that they were, and they were spin-offs. So I don't know why you would use that for justification to explain why Sonic was going through a rough patch during that time. Because again, the quality of the game, objectively, both of those games, average, decent, like a hybrid platformer racing game. They were decent. Fuck. Now, a big one for me to defend, well, two for me to defend that are considered in the Dark Age would be Sonic and the Black Knight and Sonic Road Adventure. Now, I would classify Sonic Road Adventure in the Dark Age because, the obvious reason, the Werehog. I do agree that, yeah, that's not Sonic game design right there. If anything, and I'm not the only one that has said this, because of what we know about the time of the beta stages of the game's development, Shadow and Knuckles were supposed to be in the game. Now, in my book, I would give or take to say that perhaps, now I haven't seen any contradictory statements from the developers, but I don't know if they had the Werehog in mind the entire time that they were producing the game. Because, Knuckles and Shadow, particularly Knuckles, was in the game, and considering the Werehog's gameplay, I'm willing to bet that it was more of a case of they probably had Knuckles on the brain to be that gameplay style. I mean, after all, clobbering niggas, or even Shadow, clobbering niggas was more of a Shadow and Knuckles type of thing. Hell, if you look at Shadow the Hedgehog, the way that they designed his gameplay was based off of, his main mode of attack was to homing attack someone and then proceed to do a combo on them. And Knuckles, it's all about fucking punching. So it's, if anything, I say if they had Knuckles and Shadow in the game during the beta stages of the development, they should have left either one of them in to be a playable character. One of the two could have filled in for the Werehog and no one would have complained. But it's the perception that you're making Sonic the gimmick. You're making him take on the gimmick. Which is why people going into Black Knight, the perception of Sonic having a sword, that was the only reason why people spoke against that game. he had a sword. Just the perception of him having a sword. It's, mm, it's just the optics of it is what really messed with Sonic during that time. But Sonic, again, Sonic Team didn't help during with '06 and Shadow the Hedgehog because their decisions there and the final products, it was it was just doomed to failure from at least that part. Shadow the Hedgehog, again, it was just the optics of it and the way they handled the the it's the way that they handled the advertisement in America. But Sonic the Hedgehog, it was just the entire fucking product was just subpar. It was completely below the standard that Sonic Team had set for themselves and any other developer. Like just every corner, except for music, with the exception of music, and I would argue it's art direction. Now, while I do have a problem with the fact that they went completely realistic, because again, like I said, objectively speaking, the way that Sonic's, like the aesthetic that worked best with Sonic was the surrealism. It has elements of, you know, it has elements of what you would see in real life, but it has that extra bit of fantasy tacked onto it. Like it's a realism that is believable. Like I could see this being in the real world. Like we look at places like the same world that has like say Sand Hill from Sonic Adventure with all of its architecture and stuff like that would also be the same world that has say Green Hill or Chemical Plant. Because even those areas still have a design that, yeah, I could believe that would be in real life. Obviously, you know, the way the land is structured, it's iffy on that. Or even when you look at the cities of Sonic, you know, corkscrew roads, that's not exactly realistic, but that's fine. It works for Sonic. And besides, considering how so many, all the futuristic cities in the Sonic world, uh, a lot of them have hover cars. So I can believe that hover cars will go on those roads. But yeah, Sonic the Hedgehog 2006, the whole thing was just a big mistake. And when you go to something like Sonic World Adventure, which I would say, and Clement actually made this point as well, and I agree with him wholeheartedly. Sonic World Adventure was the last one in the Dark Age. The problem with Sonic World Adventure and what would cement it as a Dark Age game is the warehouse. Just the fact that it's combat focus, which on its face would be fine because because like I said, if you threw Knuckles in there, the optics of the game would have been completely different. Knuckles is Shadow because people can get down with those two characters punching enemies as its main game design. But to see Sonic become a completely different version of himself and have stretchy arms, just the optics of it that piss people off at first. Now the legitimate reason to dislike it is, you know, the way the gameplay was. It was slow. It was not based, it's not about speed necessarily, it's about momentum, flow. That's what Sonic's really about. Not speed, not merely going fast, but flow. You know, the way you go through a level, how efficiently you can do it, and the games are, the level design is made in a way to where you have multiple different routes to incentivize you to find a better, more efficient, streamlined way to get from point A to point B. It's supposed to incentivize you to be better at the games, which is why I like the ranking system. That's another way to incentivize good gameplay. Of course, it can work in the opposite way with the ranking system, because, you know, especially in World Adventure, where if you get an E rank, the music completely changes, the victory jingle. It's like it has this wah 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 wah. It makes you sound. It sounds like, nigga, you failed. You're a loser. You should be ashamed of yourself. So I can see why the rating system can work negatively in that sense, but it still works positively. So I say the pros and the cons are evened out. So leave the ranking system as it is. But basically, yeah, the design philosophy around Sonic since the beginning is having flow. And the Werehog stops you at every turn to defeat a certain amount of enemies. Then you move on, then you do a few puzzles. And not only is Sonic himself slow, but the process of doing all that is slow. That's the problem with the Werehog. Its fundamental design is anti-Sonic the Hedgehog. So people are right to judge Sonic World Adventure, which is not promoted as a spin-off. It is promoted as one of the main series platforming games. So it can be judged in that way. So people would be in the right to be like, hey, this is not Sonic. And of course, things that say the day stages are Sonic game design. And that was what salvaged that game for many people, including myself. I have enjoyment with the Werehog, but yeah, they would not be the first stages I would play when I revisit the game. Now, Sonic and the Black Knight, again, that game has the same design as Sonic and the Secret Rings in terms of level design and it's a mission based style of game. You have multiple objectives before you can like get to the end of the game. Like in one specific area you'll have multiple objectives. Like be chivalrous to a certain amount of people, or kill a boss, which is normally a dragon, or just get from point A to point B. So it has that mission based style of gameplay. And of course it has its own gimmick, which is merely the sword, whereas in Sonic and the Secret Rings it was the motion control. Now the interesting thing about that is that one is not only an exterior and interior gimmick, but the other from the previous entry is I would say purely exterior. Like with Secret Rings, it's not like visually conveyed that, you know, Sonic has some fucking Tourette's problem, that he can't move properly. You know, it's exterior. It's all up to you. You and the Wiimote are the gimmick. Whereas Sonic and the Black Knight, the gimmick is visually portrayed as a sword, and you on the exterior use the Wiimote as the sword. It's an extension of you, as in a sense, which is funny. That's actually how one would always describe how you're supposed to use a sword. You know, use it as an extension of yourself. And they didn't abandon the nunchuck in that game. It still used a more traditional game, a control scheme. You move Sonic around with the analog stick on the nunchuck. You attacked with the Wiimote. And then you didn't have to even wave it all crazy, except for one boss. Well, no, two. Dark Queen, you had to do that, and with both King Arthur fights, you had to do it. But other than that, you know, you swing at a normal pace, and if you use the special gauge, press B, you slow up time, and then you're able to homing attack on your enemies. And you're able to just do it slowly. You don't have to, because your accuracy is going to be, you know, lower. But you get what I mean. The control is better in that game, and it works with the level design. It's just a better game. It's just a better design game. Especially a better game for what it is, the way it's designed, like. And the immediate game that we can compare it to is Sonic and the Secret Rings. It has the same design. And Sonic Black Knight does better because its control scheme is better. So, for that reason, because of its gameplay, I would not put that. Oh, and also its presentation. You know, its story and the way that the character, Sonic in particular, is portrayed. It does not. It's not a portrayal of what we know the character to be, and what, in the way that the stories typically are meant to be. Because every story, because you know Sonic's an adventurer, so ideally you want to, you know, have each story be something brand new. You know, throw him in any situation you can, whatever, even no matter how abstract it is, throw him in there. He's an adventurer, you know. So like from story to the portrayal of the character and the gameplay, that was a good game, and it was even a good Sonic game. What's good, my nigga Jason? What you mean, oh really, bro? I actually kind of forgot that you follow my my Twitch channel. Hi there. Oh shit. I had to say it the way that you typically would. Oh nah, that emote. But I guess I'll continue the conversation about the Sonic. Yeah, bro, what the fuck? That nigga SpongeBob high. That's actually fucking amazing. Oh, what the fuck? Alright. I've been stuck on this damn screen for a minute talking. Let's do Toad. I can't wait till I get the wireframe. Nigga has no speed, just pure acceleration. Okay. So what was the last point I was on? Oh yeah. Out of all the Dark Age games, the only ones that really fit are Shadow the Hedgehog, Sonic 06, Sonic Rush Adventure, Sonic World Adventure, and Sonic Riders. I've almost forgot about that. The original Sonic Riders. I would add that. And you know what? Even beyond, dude, people do not do this. But even, because I have a serious problem with the direction of Sonic post the 2000s. Because fucking, that's the main point of why I was even talking about this, because any and everybody can complain about fucking Sonic during the mid to late 2000s. But for some odd reason, the general consensus was always on Sonic Colors, and after, Sonic was just better. Just automatically. Because certain things that happened during the 2000s that was that became synonymous with Sonic in the public eye suddenly made it good. Oh yeah, you know, Sonic Colors basically was the day stages of a world adventure only with no Warthog. Therefore it is good. I mean, no. Because one thing that made the day stages good in World Adventure is that they still based its game design philosophy on momentum, and it also didn't get rid of the basic level design and level gimmicks of the typical Sonic games. There's a reason why people will criticize Colors for having, quote, blocky level design. Like, you probably do more basic platforming in Sonic Colors than any Sonic game in existence. Like, there's not a lot of speed, there's not a lot of doing tricks or grinding or any of that in fucking Sonic Colors. Unless you're playing like the few 3D sections in that 3D Sonic game. That's another problem with that. Jason's gonna have to forgive me, but I was yapping on, so I was not paying attention to where I was in the race. Do not judge my gameplay skills. Unrighteously judge my gameplay skills. If you were righteously judging them, you were telling the truth about them. And I only came in second because I was yapping on and not paying attention. But in any case, back to my main conversation. Sonic and the Black Knight was the last game that had the last one that had like heart in it. Like, it actually had pure creativity in it, and it paid off. And again, that was a spin-off title. So it showed that, yeah, Sonic Team has a competency to do their spin-off titles right. Oh, and to get this out of the way, because I brought it up, Sonic Riders, I would put in there the original Sonic Riders, because it's a learning curve. It's fucking steep. I will never forget when I first picked up that game. That shit was, ugh. I gradually got better at the game, but like, I remember those first few attempts when I was playing through the hero scenario. Fuck. Like trying to pull off the tricks at the right time, braking and drifting. It did just in the basic maneuvering of the characters. It's like, what the hell? Yeah, Sonic Riders goes in there simply because of his learning curve. Sonic Riders Zero Gravity, great game, very accessible. It does not have a steep learning curve. And as far as the Dark Age, what people consider the Dark Age, those are the only games that actually fit the Dark Age of Sonic. But everybody's just, everybody at that time, 2010, never forget. Oh my god, the best Sonic game in ages. Fucking Sonic Colors. And yet, hardly anyone to this day really looks at it objectively and like, Sonic Colors is not, it's not a well-designed Sonic game. And it's not a spin-off, so you can judge it to the previous mainstream titles. And god damn it, man, it's like that game, I would construe it as designed as either a Mario game or a Rockman game, because it is, blocky, for lack of a better term. A lot of the gimmicks are, there's something out of a Mario or a Rockman game, not a Sonic game. A lot of the levels involve you climbing up. A lot of them involve you scaling up platforms to complete a level. A lot of them involve you. They have a lot of, like, they design the levels in like a puzzle type of format. Like you have to use the Wisp in order to navigate through certain areas. Like, say the cube Wisp, talk about being blocky. You would use the cube Wisp to like summon, to basically form certain platforms in order to cross a pit or something. And that's not Sonic gameplay. I mean, it's just not Sonic gameplay in general. Like, that's just not, because I was thinking, like, even if you used another character, right? Maybe if you, nah, it still wouldn't be Sonic game design. Even if you use like a completely new character and use the gimmick for them, it was, unless you keep in the game philosophy design of Sonic the Hedgehog, which is momentum, keeping the flow of a level, and incentivizing being better at the game. You design the levels in a way that like it'll allow a player to, trying to get this thought out correctly. You need to design the levels in a way that it will let's say increase your speed. Your base move, like it works with your base move set to not only go faster, but it also allows you to maintain a flow through a stage. It'll teach you how to get better at the level as you're playing it. So you give at least like 3 different routes in a level. And then you have an easily accessible point in the level that, like when you come up to a new area and it has like 2 to 3 different sections, right? Whatever area you just came from, you'll be easily able to keep up your speed and then make your way to the pathway that you choose to. Like say in, let's say in chemical plant. At the beginning of the chemical plant, you'll have two different routes that you can take. One that'll lead you to a path that involves you going through this little corridor and then some springs that bounces you all the way down, and then you have to navigate your way on like moving platforms or whatnot. That's a little slower. Then you have the other one that just navigates you down a giant slope, and then you're going fast for the entire time, and then you make it to like both paths lead to the same end point, but one route allows you to go faster. And it's a long, and you know, as you play through the level, it incentivizes you to be on your toes about when you're controlling. Now that's another thing to design, you know, make sure like how you have the camera, like everything that's in view, everything is, you're able to see everything that comes up. And that's the benefit of the 3D Sonic games. That way, the main thing that you really need to consider as you're playing is just your spacing. Like to make sure that, you know, that, yeah, you have everything in view, but like you don't go wild with your abilities. Like if you were homing attacking some enemies over a pit, you wouldn't just completely spam the homing attack, because once you kill all of them and you accidentally press the homing attack again, you could fall into that pit. So you'd be more careful, and you would press the button once and press the button again, you know, just to properly to make sure that you don't fall off, that you don't get overzealous with your commands, basically. That's probably like the only thing that you have to worry about is spacing and making sure that as you're going through a level, even in a 3D space, that you don't get overwhelmed with the amount of room that you have, that you're still careful of not getting caught up in all the free space. You know, like you lose yourself in it. I hope that point is coming across well. But nevertheless, like Sonic Colors, I would put that in the dark age. I mean, it is a main series game. It was promoted as such. It was promoted as a 3D Sonic game, and that I hold up there as its biggest flaw, next to its design being anti-Sonic. It doesn't incentivize momentum. It doesn't, I mean, there is exploration in there, but it doesn't really incentivize it unless you're going for red rings. That's the only thing that where exploration is incentivized. Fuck. Now, the biggest thing that game incentivizes is platforming. Now, while Sonic is a platformer, if you sacrifice momentum, basic Sonic, you know, level gimmicks like springs, so I had them on springs, spikes. Well, it barely had any. It barely had any spikes. Had bottomless pits, but that's in any platform. That's almost in every platformer, so that's not identified with Sonic. So, oh, and for a 3D Sonic game, actual fully 3D. Now I know Sonic World Adventure wasn't fully 3D in its D stages, but it had more 3D than colors. But that's a side tangent. The basic level gimmicks in Sonic, such as not only robots but yeah, springs, corkscrews, you know, loops, you know, stuff like that. Like the typical hazards and gimmicks in Sonic. There, you have. I mean, spikes are kinda in the game at times. I haven't played Colors in a while. I think they had those little poles, those little trampoline type poles every now and again. Yeah, they have springs, but those springs would just lead you to the same type of area where you had to solve another puzzle or defeat another group of enemies to progress, or use a specific wisp at this specific area. So the only time you really ask to explore or encounter typical hazards is when you go for red rings a lot of the time, which is an optional thing to do with that because you don't have to 100% the game. But yeah, man. Oh, another thing that would put Colors in the Dark Age is its story and its portrayal of the characters. Like, I I hardly know anyone at this point that does not um, criticize the recent games of the past decade for this. The portrayal of the Sonic characters since fucking Sonic Colors has been so off base. It's mainly in the English American script, right? If you, courtesy of the YouTuber Wendy, on I don't know. I remember stating that she was a girl, that Wendy themselves, but nevertheless Wendy. And we're just gonna go by that. They actually uploaded multiple videos of accurate, and I checked, of my own, very accurate subtitles of the Japanese version of the cutscenes. And she's even did one better by going on Sonic Retro and uploading full translations of the classic games and their manuals, which include stories and even profiles of the characters. And Sonic Colors, even in the Japanese script, is a complete betrayal of the characters. Now, well, Sonic Colors the Japanese script in that one, the Japanese version of the story is decent. It's not the best, but it's not the worst thing to output, But it is admittedly still better than what Pon, Taff, and I forgot the other nigga name. I really did forget the other nigga name. But the motherfuckers that wrote the story on the English version of Sonic Colors, they have set a precedent for completely disregarding all the character development, in the tone of the stories, and the characters from all the titles prior to Sonic Colors. And a problem with the Japanese scripts, as as of Sonic Colors, they have been just run of the mill. They've been average. They don't really do much in terms of plot. They do preserve the characters. They do pay attention to character development, but they can only do so much, because I've noticed that with Sonic Colors, Free Riders, and Lost World, Sonic Generations is a little different. I do believe that that game, they made the Japanese script before they made the English one, but judging how the plot of Colors was, and the the way that development went with that, when you look at developer interviews of the time and even fairly recently, Izuka and Pontef and Griffith, I believe is the other dude's name. They just want to play it safe. Well, Izuka, and that's the main point I was getting at this entire time. Takashi Izuka has been playing it safe since 2010. Because like I said, Sonic and the Black Knight was the last game with actual fucking heart, with actual creativity behind it, and it paid off. The only problem was that the optics of the game, the superficial nature of the game, Sonic had a sword, was what killed the people's view of that game. And so from Sonic Colors onward, it's clear, especially again when you look at developer interviews, Izuka is scared shitless to actually put in the same amount of creativity and effort that he and the rest of the Sonic team did back before 2006. Well, let's say the development of Sonic 06, because there was so much shit going on with that game's development. Not only did Yuji Naka leave, that was a problem. It was a big problem. But also, the fact that, they split up the team. One could work on a Wii port of the game, but then they ended up scratching that and just started fresh, and that's where Sonic and the Secret Rings was spawned from. So with all that mess that went on with the game, and then we know what happened to not only that game's, all the reviews of that game, the perception of that game. It also went into the perception of the series as a whole, because people were already disillusioned with Shadow the Hedgehog, and then Sonic 06 was viewed as the nail in the coffin. Is Sonic even worthy? And people were already questioning how Sonic was going to go because of Sonic Heroes. People were questioning about that, but Shadow the Hedgehog was the big turning point. And then Sonic 06 was just like, bam! Sonic is in a state of emergency. And then a couple years following that, it's like, Sonic Team was doing a few spin-offs, and then the mainstream titles, they were a little experimental with it. Like at Rush Adventure, a little experimental. World Adventure, pretty experimental. And then of course, again, you'll find more spin-off titles during that time instead of mainstream titles. So, you got Secret Rings, controlling that game, trash, and people shitted on it for that reason, rightfully so. So people get more disillusioned with that. And then, the optics of Sonic having a sword, like I said, people shit on the series for that. The Werehog, people shitted on that to the nth degree. And then, Sonic Chronicles. That I I actually like that game, but objectively speaking, when you compare it to any other RPG, it's not good. It has a lot of design flaws. Mainly its control, which is purely stylus. I'll never understand that choice to this day. In fact, I don't even know any developer interviews from BioWare, the specific team from BioWare that made the game. I need to look up some because I don't know too much about that game's development, if there's even much information on it. But that's one game I would throw in the Dark Age because it's a poorly designed RPG. One reason, like I laid out, its control scheme was pure stylus. That was dumb. So, yeah. You can see how all that culminated, and you can see where the real, what I would say, based on the evidence that I've laid out discussing the games during the mid to late 2000s, the games that are considered in the Dark Age. It's mainly the perception of the series at the time, not helped by the failure of '06, which changed the public perception of the Sonic series, and also even a lot of the fans we all became polarized, and we even have a lot of infighting with each other, and it's mainly due to the fact that so many, again, quote, professional reviewers have more of a hold on what we get out of Sonic these days than what us as fans get. The supply and demand thing, it's us that should be prioritized on which you supply. Now, our demand should matter more than what a fucking reviewer, outsider of the series would say. Especially when they've proven that they don't know what the fuck they're talking about. Like Ego Raptor, like Pro Jared, like IGN. I mean, and the weird part about those first two, Morris over Ego Raptor, they actually welcome him as a promoter of the series. Like, I understand that he's a popular guy on YouTube, a prolific face in the public eye of the gaming community. But the guy is notorious for shitting on the series, unrightfully so. I mean, if you look at his Sonic Adventure Let's Play, the Game Grumps Sonic Adventure Let's Play, when they fight Perfect Chaos, this nigga Ego Raptor is clearly, deliberately playing like utter shit. And yet, he'll claim that that game is trash. And funnily enough, you go into the comment section. I haven't been in a while, but I remember when I initially saw it. The comment section, people legitimately were agreeing with, yeah, this game is trash. Yeah, I don't know how we ever liked it. You don't see that this thing is cool. I can understand if you never played the game and you're seeing a nigga playing it for the first time, but you have no idea. But a lot of people have played that game, and I know a lot of Sonic fans have actually seen that playthrough. I just can't believe he didn't get more dislikes than likes on that entire Let's Play, particularly that first video of that Let's Play. Like, the guy sat there and deliberately played awfully and made it seem like that game was awful. How do you get away with that? And then the company that publishes the game and the people that work with the IP, that work on the IP, they'll use you. And this is my problem with Aaron Weber. He, whatever stroke of non-genius he has, he thought to himself that, hey, why don't I get the guy who shits on Sonic? And there's no I know for a fact there's no way that he doesn't see any of the dude's content when it's regarding to Sonic. It doesn't see that he's shitting on the series, because literally anything you watch of Ego Raptor, he's shitting on the series. I don't know anything that he's made recently, if he's realized that he's a damn fool or was a damn fool and stopped on it, but at the moment, all the information I have is that the nigga from the past couple of years that I've known of him and his content regarding Sonic, he's a dickhead, he's disingenuous, and he has only helped in the destruction of the series. And the fact that the people that work at Sonic Team, at Sega, that are supposed to build the brand and keep it going well, is made a self-defeating move by getting one of the leading guys that has trampled the reputation of Sonic. Like that is such a terrible move. And off rip, I would, if I was in charge at Sega, I would have fired Aaron Weber for that. That is dumb. That is the stupid move. Like, I wouldn't even allow such retardation in my company. Like, why that? Like, nigga, what were you doing? I might be more forgiving, a little more lenient the first time some stupid shit like that happened, but Aaron Weber is not exactly the best guy to have handling the IP, at least on the social media side. And if you're the social media guy, that means that you're paying attention to, you have to pay attention to the perception of the series. You know, you got to see what everybody's thinking. You're in charge of that. You know, see what all the fans and even the critics are, you know, talking about lately regarding the series. And for whatever reason, and it's not Aaron Weber alone, obviously, the members of Sonic Team, members of Sonic Team and Sega, besides him, are going along with this shit. Because again, they're, as far as Iizuka and the actual game developers are concerned, they're fucking scared. They're scared to go back to their, you know, their old ways with Adventure 1, 2, Heroes, you know, that era. But they're quick to go back to classic. But that's only because, again, the perception of it is classic is the only good time in Sonic the Hedgehog. That was the only good games in Sonic. That's literally the only reason why Iizuka is even given credence to that, because, again, perception. The way that the general public that aren't Sonic, the way that general public, moreover critics, have to say about the series. And you don't even give. And again, it's the fact that those critics have had more of an impact on the perception of the series than the fans. So whatever the critics have to say is what will be in the game. Whatever the critics have to say is what won't be in the game. And the critics make up a small portion of the people who will buy and play the game. Now, yeah, it would be smart to, hey, you know, let's get someone to promote our stuff. But what Sonic Team Iizuka particularly doesn't understand is that it's like, my guy, when you go out of your way to try to please everybody, which is why he's scared to go back to their original method of creating games, then you get lukewarm stuff like Sonic Colors, Sonic Forces, or just cash grabs, pandering cash grabs like Sonic Mania. And yes, Sonic Mania is a fun game, but at the end of the day, like there's not much creativity in the game. There's only Studiopolis, Studiopolis, Press Garden, Titanic Monarch, um, fuck. I trying to think. Aren't those? Yeah, those are the only original stages. Everything else is from previous games. Yeah, they're designed a little differently. Particularly Green Hill and Chemical Plant. And Stardust. Stardust Speedway. But the levels are ripped from previous titles. And we've already had that in Generations. But Generations gets away with it because it was an anniversary title as well, but that game was supposed to be, celebration of the entire series. That's what it was marketed as. That was the purpose of having it rehash previous games. But Mania is like, I mean, the idea seems to be the same, but it's like, it's more of the same. We already did this with Generations. So why do it again? If you were gonna make a new classic Sonic game, right? Why didn't you make every stage original, not just 3? That's Sonic Mania's problem. It's the fact that it's nostalgia pandering. That's really it. And the main thing that they've clung to, besides the recent success of the movie, to say Sonic's back on track, is Sonic Mania. That's really it. And the fact that people are not shitting on the series as much as they were before Sonic Colors. But Sonic Forces came, and again, it was lackluster. Although the general consensus of Sonic Colors was it was not lackluster. The simple fact that it didn't have the Werehog and it was basically just the day stages. Again, the optics of it. But the fact that people perceived it as better simply because it didn't have the Werehog, but it was similar to the day stages, regular Sonic gameplay, that they judged the game as great, and it was Sonic coming out of his rut. But but objectively speaking, the game is, as far as its worth, it's as a Sonic game, it's lackluster as hell. Sonic Lost World, I mean, I actually enjoy that game more than Colors, but again, that's a matter of taste. So if we look at it in a more objective standpoint, that's not a... Last I checked, they didn't even present that as a spinoff. It was just treated as another entry in the main series. The way it was advertised, I mean, yeah, they advertised the gimmick of parkour, and that was about it. I mean, they showed off the levels, obviously, but they didn't really advertise the levels being so anti-Sonic the Hedgehog. A lot of people compared it to, the Mario Galaxy games in terms of how the levels were designed. And I say it was a fair comparison because, I mean, instead of different, planetoids, you're going to different, these fucking different cylinders and little globes. It's very similar to Mario Galaxy in that sense, but other than that, uh, I would tell you that that game, that's not, that's completely anti-Sonic, and as it was never advertised as a spinoff, I'm going to judge it as a main series game. I've never seen a developer interview where they said that, yeah, our intention was to make it a spinoff. If they said that in a developer interview during the time of development, before the game came out, or even after, even though I'd be more skeptical about them saying it after the fact, because they see reviews where people say what I'm saying, this design is completely anti-Sonic the Hedgehog. It's another not so good game in the series because of that reason. I would say that, yeah, someone would be justified in that, because there's no developer interview to my knowledge where they say that Lost World was supposed to be a spinoff. It was never advertised as such. So all I and anyone else can do is judge it as a main series Sonic game, and based off that, it's shit. You may shoot if you want. I would say throw that in the Dark Age as well, because it's another mishandling of the series. Like, why are you going this experimental? It's one thing to add in a new, gameplay move, parkour. I think that's nice. Said it really helps with traversal, and I think it was implemented fairly well in Lost World the way it is, from this level design. But yeah, I would never. I know a lot of other people who actually do give the game a fair shake when they judge it. Fuck. I would say that a lot of people would agree the fucking game was lackluster in a lot of ways. Even as a game, if you measure it on its own, I know that part is subjective when you're saying, something is lackluster, something is boring, something is fun. That's fairly subjective. But considering how it's entertainment, that's another way you can judge the quality of it. How entertaining was it? How many people did it reach? And most people are, they view that game as average. The general consensus of that game, similar to Forces, is it's mediocre. Like, it's a 6 out of 10 at best. Like, most people you'll find will consider the game 6 out of 10, maybe 7 at best, as a Sonic game or just a game in general. So I would say that you can factor that into the objective quality of the game, because it is a piece of entertainment, and if it doesn't entertain enough people, then how entertaining is it truly? So yeah, like, the general consensus is fairly so, is that, yeah, the game doesn't really add much. It can be fun for a little bit, but it's too gimmicky for its own good. It's not even just, the way the level design is, and that is completely just, it's so abstract and just completely alien to what we've seen from Sonic the Hedgehog. It takes, like, the weird level design choices of Sonic Colors to the greatest degree. And again, it's far more gimmicky than Colors or any other main series Sonic game. It uses the Wisp again, but to a lesser degree than Colors. In Lost World, god dang, name it. Take the snowball level, the pinball section where, well, not pinball, but the billiard section. Like, do you know how annoying that section is? Especially when you're going for red rings. like the beginning part where you had to knock all those billiard balls into their holes, and you are a snowball, right? You're not playing as regular Sonic doing this. So, and controlling that snowball is iffy. And in order to get the final set of those billiard balls into their holes, is tricky. You have to like, it's very precise on how you like snap back the controller in order to hit the very last one to get the red ring. It's like stuff like that. Or in that very same level, when you make it to the make it to that part where you got to navigate through some gaps in a giant with that giant road, that giant stretch of road. And because you're just a giant fucking snowball, and you have enemies on that path which can push you back, you gotta it just can, it doesn't control badly, but it doesn't, it's just, you know, it's just not ideal when going on a narrow path with a bottomless pit like right next to you. Very easy to fall off. Yeah. And again, continue on from colors and free riders. I mean, God, that generation story was, I could tell that they more than likely had the Japanese script first and then they did, or did them both at the same time, because the way that story is, it's a little better than what colors did and free riders, because the characters, even in the English script, are more like themselves. But that plot is still bare bones. It's basically non-existent. Like, it shows you that they more than likely cut corners even in generations. Which is exactly what fucked up the 15th anniversary game, which nearly killed the series. So, in fact, it was that they would cut corners. That's that would speak to incompetency. I would say that. Um, but the only thing that is really shows incompetence is that, again, like in Lost World, the way its storytelling and its portrayal of the characters is worse than Colors and Free Riders. Because Knuckles and Amy are in the story, but they're nothing characters. They don't do anything. They are just there for like small pieces of the story to basically convey how things are going on, like, I guess the ground level of the story. You know, how things are being affected on the regular part of the world, where, because the main setting of that game is the Lost Hex, which doesn't even, you don't even get any explanation of it. No lore based around it. Nothing. The Zeti, I mean, in the Japanese version, they're demons. But in the English version, they're fucking, I forget. They're not demons. They're not, you know, something that, you know. The Japanese script is fairly different from the English one, but it still falls off awkwardly because it follows the same plot points. It's just that, you know, the dialogue's a little better. I'm gonna make this the last cup. I gotta fucking go to sleep. I've been up for an extra 3 hours. I thought I was gonna wait till, I wasn't gonna stay up and sleep. I was gonna wait till like 11 and then finish off. But I got really into this topic. You know what? You know what? This to summarize my point is that from this giant fucking conversation for the past hour or so, basically the downfall of Sonic really has to deal with the fear in Izuka and the other creators, particularly Izuka because he's the director. It's his fear of stepping out of that comfort zone and stop worrying about pleasing everybody, especially critics, and also the mismanagement of the fucking social media by Aaron Weber. Because again, just the fact that they would have Ego Raptor like helping promote the games and the image of the series. Because I remember there was that video that they had like from over a year ago where Ego Raptor was doing some type of lighthearted goofy video. I think Jun Sonoy was in it, and they were like playing music, and Ego Raptor, I guess, was like singing one of the songs or something like that. I forget. I could look it up, but I don't feel like doing it right now. Just know that that video does exist. And they even they always add and mention Ego Raptor for like something Sonic related every now and again. It's like, again, this is the guy that it helps destroy the image of your IP, and you're allowing him to have influence on the IP, and you're not paying attention to the fact that it is actually negative. It's like you're giving. You're basically telling people that you don't care that you're being shit on. You're cool with that so long as people buy your stuff. Despite the fact it's counterproductive. As long as you make some money from it, I guess you're okay with that. You can make more of it if these people weren't shitting on your series and basically adding to your fears of stepping out of the box and finally becoming more of the same lukewarm nostalgia pandering crap that you've been handing out since 2011. And I would argue 2010 with Sonic Colors because that was more 2D, because they didn't want to do 3D because Sonic 06 was fully 3D, and we all know what the perception of that game was. Yet again, because Sonic 06, and that's justification. That's the sole justification of why the series is the way it is now. Lackluster, nostalgia pandering, bullshit. It's because Sonic 06 was a thing. Therefore, we can't revisit what the adventure games were, which is, besides the classic games, they're the most revered Sonic games. Even with the crap that they've been given in recent memory, there's been a big pushback from fans in the past year. Ruby of Blue, I give him a lot of credit because he's had a lot of views on his videos, rightfully so, because his analysis on the adventure games, I couldn't have done it better myself, man. And the fact that he gives attention to the original Japanese stories and portrayals of the character, and how we're intended to perceive the characters through the lens of the original scripts of Shiro Maikawa, Akinori Nishiyama, and even Naotoshi. I was thinking of fucking Naotoshi Shida from Dragon Ball, the animator, when I was thinking of an artist. And Naoto Oshima, I cannot believe out of all the people I know that are public figures, I mess up his name. That's crazy. I love that guy. One of my favorite artists of all time, especially because, created my favorite fictional character of all time. But nevertheless, um, with Naoto Oshima and even Yuji Naka, because he had his idea of how Sonic should be presented. After all, he is a co-creator as well. But I would say Naoto Oshima had more of an influence of, he actually put more attention to the pathos of Sonic, like his character initially. Because again, like they actually did pay attention to giving the game stories back then in, the original Japanese manuals. And again, they even gave character profiles and detailing, the likes, the dislikes of the characters, their ideals and whatnot, their origins. Like they actually took care into that. And again, the adventure games, even Heroes, even though Heroes development, according to Shiro Maikawa, the development of that game, and this is why the plot of that game is not the best. The dialogue, the character interactions is the strength of that game's story, but the overall plot is not strong because, again, according to Shiro Maikawa, they basically glued that game together. Like they made the game first, right? Gameplay, bosses, music, all that first, and then they did the story. So the best Maikawa could do was salvage what he had. So basically, he made the story more character driven as opposed to plot driven. And it worked out well. It's just, plot wise, there's themes in there that he has, but they're not fully capitalized on because of how the game was developed. So I'm not gonna completely shit on. I'm not gonna shit on Sonic Heroes story for that, because given the context, and it was a decent plot, and again, great dialogue, great character interaction. It's a great character-driven story, but plot, it's weak. It's very weak, especially coming off of Adventure 2, which was a very plot and character-driven story, and it was fucking amazing. The entire game is fucking amazing. I've finally come to the consensus that that's my favorite game of all time. I used to be like, oh, I can straddle the fence. I don't have to pick one. Nah, bro. When I really sat down and really thought about it, I replay that game all the fucking time. I replay this. I will watch the cutscenes. I watched those cutscenes in English and Japanese multiple times. Like I could quote every bit of dialogue in that game in English and Japanese off the top of my head. I love that fucking soundtrack. I bump it all the time. I love the story, and I love the progression of the pre-established characters, and I love how Rouge and Shadow were well implemented into the story and the overall world of Sonic, and what they tell us about the pre-established characters. Shadow and Sonic's dynamic, Rouge and Knuckles' dynamic, Tails and Eggman's. That story is just good. Like, fuck. Like, my Kawa is not only is he a great game designer, because he was one of the designers of he designed levels for Adventure 1 and 2 as well. That's why Adventure 2 is so great on its story and levels, because the way the game is paced, the way the levels are planned out, because they made, this is the differentiation between Adventure 2 and Heroes, is that when they made Adventure 2, they made the story and the gameplay along with each other. That's why everything is like so coherent. And that's another reason why I love that game so much, is like everything you do is like interwoven, and talk about giving context to what you do. Like the story is just that fucking good, bro. Like, you know why you need to infiltrate Prison Island as the dark characters. You know why you need to make your way through the Besieging military and Shadow in Radical Highway, or escape from the city as Sonic from the military pursuit, because when you finally get to Bigfoot, it's like, so the star performer finally made his entrance. Bring it on. You defeat him, and then you're introduced, depending on how you play, you're introduced to the to Sonic's newest doppelganger. And then then you cut to, Knuckles and his business with another new character, Rouge. And now you're given more reason why, okay, yeah, now I know why we need to go hunting for the Master Emerald pieces again. Because it's the best alternative than having Eggman get a hold of it when you watch the cutscene, let alone the Batgirl. Like, that entire game, man, it's just, so you can understand why when finally, like I said, like, the perception of the series is starting to turn around and people are starting to really think about what Sonic needs to be, what Sonic was, and what he truly should not be. And finally outgrowing and starting a little bit to outpace the perception made by these, quote, professional reviewers. And Ruby of Blue is one I believe is really spearheading that movement, because goddamn, not only does he have quite a bit of views on all three of his analysis, well, 4 analysis videos of the Sonic the Hedgehog series, 2 being, well, 3 of which are specific on the adventure games. Well, no, 4. One was just on his views on Sonic in general, which is, talking about why he's into the series and whatnot. And then the other few, one's a response video on Pro Jared's Sonic Adventure 2 review, which I've had a problem with ever since it dropped. I remember summer 2015, man. I found his videos because I'm big into Dragon Ball. I saw his Dragon Ball Z Sagas video, and I like that video, and I agree with his perspective on the game. And this is when, like, again, I wasn't that analytical, hey, I like this guy's one video, I'm gonna subscribe to him. I don't do that shit no more. You gotta earn my subscribe. You gotta earn my like on your video, nigga. And one video that I made, one review of yours that I may like/agree with your perspective, that's not enough. I gotta see your overall, how you are overall, and just based on how he handled that Adventure 2, but that Adventure 2 review. That is like the quintessential reason why Sonic is where he is right now, because people like with the influence that Pro Jared has will sit there and misinform people, and people who are a part of the fan base who have that stupid belief will just galvanize and get behind that with the general public who don't even pay attention to Sonic, but they'll pay attention to a reviewer that they like talk shit about it without even really questioning the validity of his points. And it leads to where we are still right now, because until we get whatever that new information that we'll be getting from Sega and Sonic Teams in a few months, we have no real inclination of how Sonic's gonna go. They said they're supposedly, in the stages of working on the new game, but they're not gonna reveal anything until later on in the year. Because after all, the anniversary, the 25th, because that was 4 years. That was 4 years ago, and I cannot believe it. It's already been fucking 4 years since the 25th anniversary. I remember coming home from work and then seeing that shit, watching the whole live stream. Never forget those audio mishaps for the first like 20 minutes or so. I would have loved to have been there. That would have been amazing. But niggas didn't have that much money back then, and I certainly I couldn't couldn't just up and leave for that as much as I would love to. Besides, I would need people to come with me. I ain't ready to go by myself. Unless I was meeting up with friends there or something like that. And I don't have friends in other states. Fuck! I hear that damn thing. Why can't you just stay away, buddy? God dang it. Come on, give me some protection. And this will do. It's funny how at the beginning of the stream I mentioned that my sleeping schedule is fucked up. Douche. Yeah, it's a good thing I had that. It's such a good thing I held on. It's such a good thing I held on to that. That was clutch. Because had I not had that item or even a red shell, I would have lost. But Rubia Blue, his videos are great. His response video to Pro Jared, dismantling all of his faulty points in Pro Jared's stupid ass review, and talking about exactly what I was saying, like. All is that viewpoint that has destroyed the view of the series and developers' level of care and creativity. Like their care and handling of the IP and their unwillingness to go outside the box and stop staying in this very crippling box. And I just hope. Oh yeah, and his videos on Adventure 2's gameplay and Adventure 1's gameplay and both their stories and why they're great. And he makes very valid points. They're all from an objective standpoint. It's not merely his opinion. Every time he makes a definite statement, this nigga backs it up with facts and evidence, and it holds up. It's actually truthful. And I have a lot of respect for Rubia Blue. He made some great fucking videos. That nigga is on point, and he rightfully so has gotten a decent amount of views. Not millions or even hundreds of thousands like Pro Jared or Ego Raptor, but is decent enough to reach the Sonic community. I would say like his shit is in the 5 digits, the 5-figure range. You know, you got like 80 some odd K, like 50 to 80 some odd K on each video. I think, I forget the actual number. Let me look real quick before I end the stream. He got 185K on what makes Sonic Adventure 2's story the best. So that's really good. He got 99K on, as of right now, on why Sonic Adventure 2 is amazing. And mind you, he released these last year. That's what I was saying. The perception around the series is starting to change as of last year, thanks to people like Ruby or Blue. It's in 60K for why Sonic Adventure is still excellent. His response video to Pro Jared is 59K. And his first video on Sonic is only 18K. But that one, I understand, because that one was just merely, you know, that one was, you know, that was an opinionated video. Just speaking about, you know, his love for this series and his gripes with this series, which is mainly the handling of the series, the same points that I made. But his Pro Jared video, beautiful, debunked every main point that Jared had. This nigga gets it, and he did a superb job, especially on the Adventure 2 videos, all 3 of them. So yeah. I got another 15 minutes till 1 o'clock. You know what? I know what I'm gonna do. Just for the shits and giggles of it, man. Just to really let my whole topic of conversation throughout this whole live stream come to an end perfectly. I'm going to do a reaction to his video. Even though I've already seen it, I'm still gonna look at it. So let me go ahead and turn that game. Or at the very least unplug my shit. Hold on. And just leave the switch on for like background noise. These niggas still online. I would join Discord, but nah, bruh. It's too late. I'm gonna go to sleep after I do this little reaction. Make sure the stream is good. Had to refresh. Okay. It's me. Okay, my one viewer, I shall return momentarily. just get myself set up a little bit here. Okay. I'm fuck. I do not like how this is set up. My bearing is going away. It's leaving me. Turn down my fucking phone. A lot of shit. Middle of the damn nick. Allow me to check me audio. The sound fine? Yeah. It's unfortunate it picks up the fucking audio there. Like that static type of shit. Like static, that's weird. But my amp might shut up on because let me make sure it's that bottom. Ruby or blue. Because for whatever reason I can't find it on the subscription stage. Bro, fuck. I'm just gonna watch the Pro Jared is wrong. I'm gonna watch that. But
Hey yo people, this is going to be a detailed play-by-play rebuttal of Pro Jared's review of Sonic Adventure 2, in which I think his points were poorly reasoned or even flat out incorrect in a lot of areas. The reason I'm making this is because the Sonic Adventure games are very important to me, as well as important to the rest of the Sonic series as a whole. So when someone misrepresents them or spreads misinformation to people who will believe it, it ends up harming the series. The adventure games have been unfairly smeared in the past few years, and while Pro Jared isn't solely to blame for their tarnished reputation, if the view count and like-dislike ratio is anything to go on, at least this video needs addressing in a proper rebuttal. So in Pro Jared's review, a lot of the time it's hard to tell when he's joking around or actually making a cogent point. So for the sake of my rebuttal, I'll respond to every notable point I disagree with in earnest. If I don't respond to something in the video, it's either not notable or something I agree with.
Overall, this game is not good. It's awful. But it has little bits of good in it that we absolutely love.
I'm going to respond to this from the perspective of someone who thinks the game is exceptional and is the best 3D Sonic game. So, let's jump right into my response.
Sonic Adventure 2 is one of the few Sonic games that everyone remembers fondly.
This is a very strange point, to say SA2 is one of the few Sonic games that everyone remembers fondly. For some reason, throughout this review, Jared seems to think nobody was criticizing this game up to then, but we'll get into that later.
I really remember liking Sonic Adventure 2, and it's been so long since I played this, I really wanted to go back and see exactly why it is that we all like this game so very, very much.
Spoilers, but this premise leads into his conclusion that because we all love the Chow Garden, we only replay the speed stages and forgot about the quote-unquote bad stages, thus, quote, warping our perception of the game. I'll respond to that later, but I'd like to point out that it's always the case that there will always be people who resent something just because it's popular. Because it makes them feel good that they don't go along with the popular opinion or the mainstream. I'm not saying Pro Jared only makes these points for the sake of being a contrarian, but it is important to consider how he's framing this video and his tone towards the game and its fans. You'll see what I mean later.
He somehow escapes and, according to the pilot, kills everyone on board.
I don't know how you jumped to that
Sonic
conclusion.
killed everyone on board when all it means is just knocking them out or incapacitating them.
And this very first stage encompasses what everyone believes a Sonic game to be. A high emphasis on constant speed, a way to perpetually move forward, and minimal platforming.
This is the first of one of his many strange generalizations about how quote-unquote everybody feels. But aside from that, Jared makes a common mistake in thinking Sonic is all about speed, when in reality Sonic is about momentum, or flow. The concept of, with enough skill, taking advantage of the controls and level design to navigate a stage in the most efficient way possible.
That's right.
With exploration at the player's discretion thrown into the mix. He also implies platforming in Sonic should be kept to a minimum. Obviously, this is ridiculous since platforming in Sonic is there to test your skill at not only platforming but also maintaining your speed. Really, there is no single main Sonic game without platforming, so I have no idea where Jared is getting this notion from.
Even though this level has parts that would be completely unacceptable in other games.
Bro, it's funny because he paused the footage at that point too. Nigga, it's just like that IGN video of Sonic World Adventure. You clearly were, you either purposely failed or you're just trash. But you're gonna shit on the game for that, my guy. Like, come on now. Any blind playthrough of Sonic Adventure 2 I've seen, I haven't seen one where the nigga just fucking failed at that first attempt anyway. Maybe like in a later. I'm trying to put this out there, but basically I've yet to see a blind playthrough of someone who failed like that on their first try. Unless they were a little kid.
This is the first case of Jared blaming his own mistakes as the faults of the game, and this is a persistent issue with reviewers who go over not just the adventure games, but all Sonic games. For some reason, they expect to be instantly good at the game, so whenever they have trouble, they get frustrated and blame the game. Jared failed to time his acrobatics and fell down. He somehow fails to account for the pit, which was plainly visible coming into the area, and instead kept holding forward as he fell.
That's the
when
other
if he
thing.
didn't, he would have just landed on the ground directly.
That is the other thing. Had he not been holding forward, he would have been fine. Honestly, but then again, I'm biased on this point. I don't know why you naturally would hold forward. I would think you would instinctively not do that. But I guess that comes from me playing a lot of platformers.
Directly below. To pass this off as unacceptable is laughable, but we're only brushing the tip of the iceberg.
This entire section where you're running from a truck that's the size of every house and the camera is way too close to you, making it impossible to know what's coming ahead. We don't care, because Sonic.
Hilariously ironic considering he's saying the exact opposite of the truth. Ever since 06, Sonic became the gaming...
Honestly, I don't even... That point is like, we don't care because Sonic. Nigga, it really is the exact opposite of that. And that's the problem, and Ruby points this out, is that this nigga is projecting. Like I said, speak for yourself, my guy. Like, speak for yourself and the ones that actually do think like you. God dang it.
community's punching bag because it makes people feel good about themselves and the games they like, putting something down to push themselves up. As a result, the Sonic hate-dom is hypercritical of the most trivial shit and passes it off as a big problem. See the thing from just before. SA 1 and 2 have been brutally picked apart and smeared and have strange flaws that aren't flaws at all blown out of proportion. So I just find it hilariously ironic that Jared thinks people don't care because it's Sonic, when in reality the series is hyper-analyzed and smeared because it's Sonic. But about the truck segment itself, he complains that the camera is too close to you and you can't see what's coming in front of you, when you don't need to. There are no obstacles in front of you. The challenge in this segment is to maintain your speed to not get hit by the truck.
Exactly.
There are rings and ramps you can hit for extra points, but they aren't necessary to clearing the challenge.
Nope.
They're there for repeat playthroughs and to test your memorization. And when you make a turn, there are dash panels at the edge of the road, so you don't have to
keep
worry
you
about an
going.
upcoming
Yeah, you
turn
won't
you
have
can't
to worry
see.
about
So this
maneuvering
camera
yourself.
complaint is a non-issue.
And now that I'm playing it again, the moment that this boss fight
See, I remember this moment right here. This right here. And it's funny how I'm building something up the same way Pro Jared is at this moment. This was the part of the video onward where I was like, the fuck is this nigga talking about? This is one of the things that spawned my analytical mindset. Trying to defend Sonic Adventure 2 from people like Jared. I had to form an objective argument, and the things that he brings up as complaints in this boss fight just completely discredit him as a reviewer. Like if it was just this one segment, if I or even Ruby or Blue were to like really pick this apart, it would just be this segment right here. Cause God dang it.
Began, a new memory unearthed itself in my brain. It was a memory that I had suppressed for a long, long time, only to be realized at this very moment.
This game sucks. It sucks really, really bad.
Keep this kind of tone in mind with what I said earlier about the trend of contrarians flocking to popular things just to hate on them.
The boss itself is rather inoffensive. Hit him in the cockpit whenever you can. But it's the execution of everything else that's just terrible. The camera is directly behind Sonic, making it impossible to see anything around you. And with the camera always locked onto the boss, camera control is taken further away from you.
Why is the camera focusing on the boss an issue when you don't need to see anything other than the boxes and the boss itself?
Thank you, my guy.
Even with the automatic camera, the boxes are still easy to find and jump on top of. What's weird is how he's complaining about camera control being automatic, which is weird because that's how the entirety of the game, with the exception of the hunting stages, is. The game teaches you in City Escape that the camera is automatic and will always account for the path of the level.
Yep.
That's how the game is.
And the arena is designed against the player. There are all these crates that you're supposed to stand on to hit your target, which is fine. But several of these crates are placed outside the playable arena, tricking players into thinking that they can go that way in the
That point right there. That is when I completely just like, bro. I was trying to check to make sure my audio was good with the display audio and my mic, but anyway, bro, it was that complaint right there. Like, this is the main stupid thing that I took away from this entire review. This nigga complained about the boxes in the background of the arena. Nigga said he complains that the boxes are like just there, and he claims that any reasonable player would think that they can go outside the arena and then to use the boxes in order to leverage themselves to reach the boss to attack him. Basically, that he'll be able to use those boxes on the outside of the arena the same way that he's using them inside the arena. As a way of saying that the boss design is horrible because you're blocked off from the background. If you were able to go outside of bounds, then you would have to compensate for the extra room that you have, and not to mention, those are merely assets. And number two, that wall in the background, I guarantee you that it's not solid, because it doesn't need to be used. And any game designer, especially at that time, would never make an object or background object solid unless you had to interact with it. And as they designed the boss to be taken down in 4 hits, they gave you 4 boxes to use if you wanted to get the boss fight quickly. So the only boxes you need to use are inside the arena. And even if you don't capitalize and Bigfoot shoots all the boxes, like he destroys all the boxes, you still have an opportunity to hit him, so you don't have to worry about getting some more boxes in order to defeat him, because that's not the main way you get to his weak spot, which is the cockpit. He'll descend down on the ground, and then you have a chance to hit him. So I don't know where this logic will come from, and even then, it's immediately dispelled, because just like Ruby or Blue's about to explain, it's immediately apparent that you have an invisible wall, so that'll deter you from even trying to do it.
first place. And the only thing conveying any kind of barrier is a curve that goes up to your ankles. Any reasonable person would believe that they can go out further than the game allows them to.
This point is flat out ridiculous. I don't understand why it's so important he feels he should be able to go outside the arena. Even if you do briefly think you can go outside, it's immediately apparent that you can't, and you're confined to the clearly defined circle, punctuated by literal do not enter signs. It's not.
Yeah, there's another funny point too, is that he's worried about assets in the background, but he doesn't pay attention to the asset that tells him do not enter. Which signifies that you cannot enter.
Not that hard to understand. Had they not designed it this way with the invisible wall, you'd instead be running into the buildings and the camera would be clipping into it because of it focusing on the boss. If you
Yes.
then say the camera control shouldn't be automatic, that's a fair point, but it would contradict the design philosophy of the rest of the game and would have
Exactly.
added
Everything
camera
would be off
control on
balance.
top of moving Sonic, accounting for boxes, and the position of the boss, and the list of things the player needs to account for. And I suspect had they gone this route, he'd instead complain about how the boss is too hard to track.
Does this make the boss fight hard? No, he's easy as crap. But that doesn't mean it doesn't have problems that
What the
should be
fuck is the
ignored.
purpose of
It's
you
easy as
talking
crap.
about it?
If that's
and
the
critiquing
case,
it?
why are you making such a big deal about these supposed flaws? If they didn't hinder your experience enough to affect the difficulty, then how is it enough of a problem to harp on about? This comes off as very nitpicky and complaining for the sake of complaining.
Sonic meets Shadow the Hedgehog, who is there hanging out for some reason, monologuing to himself about the power
This
of the
nigga's sad for
Chaos
some
Emerald.
reason.
Shadow is there because he just stole the Chaos Emerald from the bank and finally has a moment of peace from the police and military chasing him, so he's reflecting on his intentions.
That's when Sonic has a sudden realization.
That's stupid. I mean, really? Does anyone actually think they even look remotely alike?
Look at them! Shadow's quills curve upward. He has bracelets on. The tuft of hair on his chest is completely different than Sonic's oval thingy. Their shoes are different. How is everybody in the world so dumb that they can't see the differences in Shadow?
This is a common point brought up, and people always ignore this little thing called context.
Yes,
Shadow
sir.
stole the Chaos Emerald from the bank moving at blitzing speeds at night. All the police know is that a fast-moving hedgehog-like figure stole a Chaos Emerald. Why wouldn't they suspect Sonic? Now, the news did get a close-up on Shadow's face while still reporting him as Sonic, but one, Fox News exists, so shitty sensationalist reporting working on outdated information isn't all that far-fetched. Two, they only got that close-up after Sonic had already been detained, after which he escaped and was chased through the city. And three, Sonic has been seen transforming into different forms before with the Chaos Emeralds, so why wouldn't people assume this is just another one of his forms? Shadow's spines are even shaped exactly like Supersonic's, for God's sake. You might also bring up that Gun should know Shadow escaped from their own base on Prison Island.
But
you
he's
must
a
remember
top
that Project
secret
Shadow and the
weapon,
Ark
so why
tragedy
would
was something
they
wanted to
disclose
cover
that
up, so why
information
would
to the
anybody
public?
but those given clearance know Shadow escaped or was even held there to begin with? In Sonic's first recap, he says he was detained for escaping from a military facility, so obviously the higher-ups lied about who it really was to keep their secret covered up. And the
Exactly.
lower levels of Gun and the police honestly think Sonic was being detained there for some reason, and that he's an escapee who needs to be caught.
On a related note, Amy is a hedgehog too, right? So why hasn't anyone ever confused her with Sonic?
Amy,
They
unlike
look
Sonic, is a regular
very
citizen
different.
in Station Square, living in an apartment and everything. Plus, she's not a fast-moving hedgehog, so people have a chance to look at her and see she's not Sonic. Also, the fact
Sonic
that
and
Amy and
Shadow
Sonic's
silhouettes
silhouettes
are
are
a
completely
little
different,
similar
whereas
than Sonic and Amy's.
Shadows are different but still similar.
This is a really, really stupid plot device.
No, it isn't. This plot device is important for two reasons. One, this shakes things up by pitting Sonic against those who would usually be on his side and taking him out of his element. And two, it feeds into a part of the message of the story. Gun makes a mistake in thinking Sonic is Shadow and are repeating the mistake of being iron-fisted and reckless just like they did on the Ark 50 years ago.
Meanwhile, Knuckles is defending the Master Emerald from a new character, Rouge the Bat, who wants to steal it because reasons.
Rouge stole the
Because
emerald because she's a
reasons.
thief who's obsessed with jewels.
Setting up
Nigga
Knuckles'
really
stage,
does not
which
pay
involves
attention
finding
to the
3
material
pieces of
that
the
he's
Master
revealing.
Emerald in each stage. And nobody likes these.
I like these.
That projection shit. This nigga said no one does. Bro, those are definite statements. Those are not that's not even him being subjective. This nigga is trying to state fact. Bro, I don't get it. That's why I still have respect for some Call Me Johnny. It's like, you know, his Sonic Adventure 2 review, most of his 3D Sonic reviews is like, I don't agree with a lot of the points he's made, but the few that I do is like, I understand. With Johnny, it's like, he asserts that he is speaking from a subjective standpoint. And he's admitted to that on Twitter one time. I was in a thread where someone had said that he is not biased and I was like, no, Johnny is pretty biased, and he owned up to it in that same thread. So he's honest about himself, and he's straight up about how he's presenting his arguments whenever he makes a review. It's purely from his standpoint. He's not trying to make an objective argument, and I respect him for that. But Pro Jared, he constantly makes definite statements saying that we and everyone does or does not like this, or this isn't bad that because of these reasons. And those reasons are just flawed and they're invalid. It's
I like these a lot. In fact, I like them more than SA1's hunting stages because the levels are more interesting, the controls are more refined, and you're ranked for your performance. This is something he...
Yeah, I agree with that. Like, I would go, like, that's why Adventure 2 is my favorite game of all time. Like, I love the entire experience. And I love it more than Adventure 1 because all the gameplay styles are refined, especially the treasure hunting. Because even though it is a bit, it is a detraction from the previous game in terms of how the radar worked, but I can clearly see why they did it, and that's to add to like the gameplay time. And I think it worked in its favor. It still works fine. The gameplay style is still playable. And when you quickly learn that the best way to search for the emeralds is to search the grounds like each specific area. Like each specific area in the treasure hunting levels, there's 3 main areas. And because Knuckles and Rouge have the mobility to get around the areas very swiftly, it doesn't take much time to cover ground. And most of the ground that you cover is to be vertical. So when you keep that in mind, you'll know that, typically speaking, you need to climb the height first, glide around to scan the area, and then if you can't get a reading, just use the drill move, and then you'll be able to start. Then the moment you do that, I guarantee you 100% of the time, that's when you'll start picking up on an emerald. You use that method 100%, you're gonna get a reading. Sometimes, like in Death Chamber or at Egg Quarters, those are 2 levels that are the exception. It's just a matter of looking it's a matter of looking in like the specific rooms that you normally wouldn't cover ground in. Like when you're like in Egg Quarters, if you just ran around in a circle to get to the other rooms, you'll more than likely get a reading. But sometimes you may have to go into like specific corridors and rooms in those in the individual halls, especially in Death Chamber, because that one's built like a labyrinth. But a point that Ruby's gonna bring up is that it's not exactly like it's not cumbersome. It's not like a self-defeating design choice to have the radar be like that, because even speedrunners have found that even in a level like Death Chamber, a labyrinth-like level, that's more tricky with the radar system, you still are able to get through it at a brisk pace. Like an A-rank tier player could still get through it fairly easily without much issue.
Keeps doing throughout the whole video, making ignorant declarations speaking for everybody. Needless to say, it can be very obnoxious.
The emerald pieces are put in purely random places every time, which means it's almost never in the same place twice.
Maybe you misspoke, but the emerald pieces all have set locations. Which location they're in is random.
The radar, for
Because
one.
every time I play the level, I almost always get.
Which means even if you're
I
directly on
know
top
like
of
the
another one,
rotations.
it won't.
I almost always know the rotations of each of the emerald pieces. Sometimes I'll get the oddball one here and there, but most of the time, nah.
On the first piece at a time, which means even if you're directly on top of another one, it won't signal and you can completely miss it.
I actually agree on how
That
the radar
riff.
works. This was probably done to make the stages longer when just adding more shards to find with the same radar from SA1 would have been the better method. Either way, this hardly ruins the stages.
You can use the hit boxes, but that lowers your score. And if you want to A rank every stage, you can't use them.
No, nigga.
Incorrect. The faster you find an emerald shard, the more points you get from finding it. The way the hint boxes work is they slightly decrease the score you get when you find the next emerald shard. But you can still A rank a stage while using multiple hint boxes. It all just depends on how fast you find them. Here's proof.
And combined with the fact that the emeralds are in completely random places every time, speedrunning these areas is impossible and relies solely on luck.
Not quite. The
This,
hunting stages
the,
include...
do you see what I mean? This nigga makes statements that are provably false. This nigga just outright said it like, speedrunning these areas are impossible. Like, there are multiple speedruns that existed at the time that he made this video, and of course many after. How did he think that that was just going to slide like that? If he even thought to himself that someone's gonna, like, you know, clap back with a response video like this. Yeah, I doubt he did, but it's like, bro, like, he really comfortable that like no one's really gonna be in a big funk about the things that he say. That's the only reason why I would think you would be this stupid.
taking advantage of the level design and mastering the movement of the character to account for the different locations of the pieces. He says speedrunning these stages is impossible. These guys beg to differ.
It's actually one of my favorite to do because it requires thinking on your feet about which way to go with the best way to the level, and there's quite a few flip outs that I can do.
This level is very challenging to traverse. You have to really know what you're doing, keep your head on your shoulders, and experience is a real asset here.
Yeah, so like this piece, Angry Man, is towards the blue room, so I want to go this way. It's in an enemy in the hallway.
Is our spine Sonic
I think you can't see that he's looking for free pieces on the side. Because a free piece in Death Chamber is awesome.
Or the guy on the right of him.
So Bugs Baby is back in Red Room. So this is obviously the fastest way, the way it just came from.
Knuckles fixed everything in this level. Everything.
Yeah.
Yeah, that nigga is talking. The one on the right of Dark Spine's
That's
Sonic.
not the best piece. Okay, so that's between red and green.
And he said,
sort of secret
that's
passageway.
where I'm going. He was speaking in.
The secret
So
rooms in
he's
this
the
level are
one
very
playing.
strange because on the map they're very far away from everything. But to us, it's like we just teleported across the map, believe it or not. But the game,
Okay.
oh, those boxes are weird.
That was weird. Okay.
As you can get pieces in blue room, for example, and then you can get a piece in blue secret room. And to the player, it feels like 6 seconds difference, but to the game, you just teleported clear across the whole thing. Very strange piece generation sometimes. Well, 111 is a great time, by the way,
Yeah,
for no free pieces. That's nothing to complain about at all.
And if you die, the emeralds move locations again, making all previous hints worthless.
Well, you died, so that part's on you. But the emeralds changing locations upon dying or restarting is important since the emerald locations can be very difficult, but that's not a bad thing. Though if you can't find a piece for the life of you, you can always re-roll for better locations by restarting, or dying, I guess. Passing off the random element of the hunting stages as flaws doesn't make any sense, since were they the same every time, there'd be no depth and no point in replaying them, and then you'd be complaining about how pointless the stages are.
You know how people hate it when everything slows down in a Sonic game? Imagine everything slowing down for 5 to 10 minutes at a time, for an entire stage.
Keep that point in mind.
Nigga, the fact that you take 5 to 10 minutes in every treasure hunting stage, that just only shows that you suck at the game.
Sensical, since the stages are only as fast as you make them. You're meant to
Exactly.
gather the pieces as fast as you can, and that involves a lot of jumping, gliding, running that is just as fast as in Sonic stages,
Yes.
only open-ended and non-linear. It's only if you suck that the stages take 5 to 10 minutes, so
Yes.
your lack of skill is not the game's fault.
Another problem is controlling Knuckles. The dude runs fast, like practically Sonic fast. In fact, too fast.
So somehow, the hunting stages are too slow, but the character also moves too fast. Pick one, it can't be both ways. And it's almost as if going fast is kind of reckless and requires more skill from the player and is there to help you complete the stages a lot faster.
His stages are small, arena-like areas that typically have multiple chambers, but it doesn't really give much room to run around. It's not conducive to his level design. At no point does having fast movement help Knuckles or the player.
What?
Bro, it's like, yo, really just be talking. You don't even really pay attention to what he's saying. And this is, I would tell you this is standard pace for an A rank run of the level. I can tell you straight up from my experience and just watching a bunch of speedruns, this is standard pace for fucking A rank level gameplay. All that. You gotta love Nobu Toshikana.
What he fails to realize.
Real quick, just a tidbit about an experience. Otakon 2018, never forget. Oh my god. One of my friends is also named Jason. You can attest to this too, bro. Nobu Toshikana. He's voiced a lot of other characters in anime, but he's the Japanese voice of Knuckles, and he was there at Otakon, and it was a small line for him, because he's not that big a name, but nevertheless, I was like, oh man, I really want to go in the line and see him, but I also want to get an autograph. It's just typical things that just typical. Get some paraphernalia related to a character that you like, that the person plays, gets signed. So my first thing, I'm a big Sonic fan. I like him the most for his portrayal of Knuckles, and I was like, let me go find some Knuckles paraphernalia. I'll walk around the dealer's room, which is where he was at, for a good 30 minutes. I couldn't find shit. I found this one thing. It was like this little holographic little jiffy with Knuckles on it, but I was like, I don't really want that, and two, I don't know how well that, I don't know if that'll fuck with the hologram if something is, like some marker is written on it. So I was like, nah, I'm not gonna use that. And then taking another 15 minutes from when I found that, then I finally found a wall scroll. I actually have it in there. I'm not gonna show it. I don't feel like getting up. I have a whole wall scroll of Knuckles. Finally get that. I go back to the line. The nigga who was in charge of the line, he let them go. Like the 5-6 niggas that was already there, cut the line off. I literally just got there. Nigga cut the line off. I was actually, never forget, bro. It's almost a full 2 years ago. Never forget. That was so fucking Continue.
Somehow, is that while the top speed is very fast, the acceleration is very gradual. And this is integral to making a speed-based platformer work. The acceleration allows for perfect movement in tight spaces, but also to pick up speed when you need it. Had Knuckles been slower, then you'd be complaining that the stages are a pain to run through. What, would you prefer to him be as fast as he was in 06? I don't think anybody wants that.
You know what's fun with Knuckles? Punching dudes. That's what he does. Make Knuckles about hitting things.
I have no idea how he didn't realize his commentary in the clip he showed disproved his own point. While it's not the objective of the levels, the hunting stages do feature a large amount of enemies. Hell, oftentimes pieces are inside enemies and you have to kill them to get it. If you like punching, do it while you're hunting. Enemies are everywhere, and doing so actually nets you more points and chaos drives and animals.
Every single one of these levels are just huge time wasters.
You know why? Because you're not good at them. And you're not willing to improve because you already decided that they were bad going into them. The truth is, the average time of the hunting stages versus the average time of the action stages, with one player of reasonable skill, is shorter. The time you spend in the hunting
especially
stages
the
is
later,
almost entirely based on
speed
your
levels.
skill at the game. So once again, your lack of skill is not the game's fault.
They suck. It's not Sonic.
It's not Sonic? I don't think you realizes just how much...
That's exactly the point I was bringing up during my during the part of the live stream I was playing Mario Kart. is that people judge certain Sonic games with this expectation. Oh, it's not Sonic. Okay, well, what is Sonic, sir? And if you proven that you don't know what the fuck Sonic is supposed to be, which he did earlier in the review, how the true design philosophy behind the Sonic games and what has worked for Sonic as well. The very Sonic games that are praised, 3 and Knuckles, Sonic 2, Sonic 1, the adventure games share the same philosophy, and they actually, the gameplay philosophy behind Sonic and the classic games works even better in 3D because you have more space, you have more room, you have that extra dimension allows you to better A, control yourself, and B, be wary of the dangers ahead of you, and allow you to preserve your momentum because you know what's ahead of you. All you need to worry about is just navigating through the space efficiently.
Exploration was an element in every main Sonic game before this. CD and 3 and K especially. All Knuckles stages are doing is expanding on the exploration and making it the main focus while keeping the same
They
tight
dumped all the
controls and giving them
non-linearity
to
in
Knuckles,
his
whose
section.
moveset already fit that more exploratory style perfectly. Besides, who the hell are you out of all people to declare what is and isn't Sonic?
Oh my god.
And then the Tails stage starts.
Nigga barely played any
And
Sonic
yeah,
games, and yet he
I
wants to
was
make that
wrong.
statement.
This is the worst part of the game.
He never explains why, other than that the laser
Yeah, I
sound
don't
is
really
annoying,
remember
so
him
I have no
actually
choice
saying
but to
any
assume that
point
he's hating
to
it
that.
for the sake of saying Sonic Adventure 2 is only 1/3 good.
This Tails and a robot thing is the dumbest damn thing ever.
Is it really? Tails, since his debut, has always made effective use of technology. He was always modifying, adding on to machines, and creating new ones, so his Cyclone, which functions as a plane, walker, and a car, only adds on to how badass of a character Tails is that he's always striving to use his genius to make incredible technology. Not to mention, it enriches the dynamic between him and Eggman and the difference in
Yes.
how they use their genius and technology, for good and for evil.
This isn't fun. It's mindless and irritating.
This is one of the reasons why this review is so hard to sit through, because so
What's up with
much of
that
it is
music
just
just-
Jared proclaiming that something sucks without giving substantive or valid reasons why.
When something similar to this appears in other Sonic games, we always scream, "Ugh, this isn't Sonic. Why is this in a Sonic game?" And yet, even though it's right here in, quote, the best Sonic game ever made, we act like this shit's okay. It isn't. It sucks.
To compare
But-
the Werehog to the mech stages show how little thought you put into
Bro.
this. The biggest factor in how the shooting stages flow with the gameplay of Sonic, and how the Werehog stages don't, is in momentum.
Yes.
Most of the time in the shooting stages, you're able to constantly move forward while the mechs themselves are very agile and fast. The same applies to the hunting stages. The Werehog, on the other hand, has very deliberately slow movement and platforming, and you're constantly stopped to either kill all enemies or to complete a puzzle.
Yes.
If you're familiar with Sonic, momentum is one of the biggest elements in Sonic gameplay, and that's why the hunting and shooting stages work alongside the more traditional speed stages in SA2, and why not as many people accept the Werehog stages.
Yes.
Also hilarious how he points out the Werehog as an example of how not to do things in Sonic, considering he said earlier...
Make Knuckles about hitting things.
Also, the people who
that's-
complained about the
and that
guns
was
in
my
Jedi...
point earlier when I had brought up the fact that in the beta, Knuckles and Shadow were supposed to be in the game, and had they had Knuckles doing what the Werehog does, despite the fact that it completely negates momentum. If they hit just from the optic standpoint, I highly doubt that part of the game would have been shit on to the extent it was if it was Knuckles or even Shadow, instead of a different form of Sonic, a different weird form of Sonic. Something as superficial as that is the main reason why people shit on it. Just that superficial part of it.
The Hedgehog generally weren't complaining about it from a gameplay standpoint.
That is true. I brought that up earlier. It has nothing to do with its gameplay. It just has to do with the perception of its advertisement, its localization. That's really the only critique. That's the main critique of that game. Its tone and its presentation. Completely diametric to what we see before in the series. But the defense of that is it's a Shadow game. It is a spin-off, and it's focused on Shadow the Hedgehog. Of course, it dwells within the normal Sonic universe, but it's mainly focused on Shadow the Hedgehog. and that was what they were directed on. So, yeah.
Point, but that it was too mature for Sonic, despite the fact that weapons have appeared in Sonic multiple times before.
And my god, finally, another Sonic stage! And you know what? It's fun again! Much like the first stage, there's a lot of forward momentum.
Funny how he specifically makes mention of forward momentum.
Irony.
This only brings to light how he somehow didn't understand that the hunting and shooting stages were designed with the same principle in mind. Whether he just wasn't paying attention or is being disingenuous, I don't know.
But ever since he went 3D, loops are always treated like these monumental feats of Sonic, with the camera being all like, "Whoa, dude, look what he's doing!" and the whole sequence taking much longer. Maybe this is a factor as to why so many people feel like the new 3D games are always on autopilot, because there's a lot more time being spent on stuff
I
like
heard
this.
this
The
so
automated
many
sections
times.
in SA1 and 2 are often very short transitional parts that keep the action flowing while giving you some spectacle, and giving you an aerial view of the area at the end of them. But they're blown way out of proportion and made out to seem like they make the games play themselves. Besides, oftentimes if you're skilled and creative enough, you can even find ways to skip them.
Every other Knuckles level focuses on one thing, his ability to climb. But with the Dreamcast controller, there was no way to turn the camera upwards. Well, except for the D-pad, but they weren't smart enough to think of that. You know, you get some Monster Hunter Claw up in that. It only used the L and R buttons for camera control. So you can't look up or down, and every single level is filled with going up and down. It's counterintuitive.
This is what I mean when I say
No,
fabricating flaws.
because
Camera control
you
to look up and
hardly
down while
ever
standing
really
wouldn't be
need
all
to
that
do that.
useful, since you usually don't find the emerald pieces by looking. You find them by traveling and
Yeah.
using the radar instead of your eyes. If you want to explore vertically quickly, there are rockets everywhere to take you up, and you have the drill dive if you want to quickly go back down.
Not to mention the camera
when climbing, the
gradually
camera will
shifts.
tilt in whatever direction
Yeah.
you're moving. So with all that, to say the hunting stages don't adequately account for their vertical design is laughable.
Tails says he
They
hacked
never
the
put any
government computer
enemies or
through his
anything
walkie-talkie
on just like
jackass.
any
Tails has an
surface that
onboard
you're climbing
computer
up
in his
to.
mech, as shown multiple times.
This leads to the most worthless stage in the entire game. Racing. Tails in a car, racing.
I'd hardly say it's pointless, since it's just incorporating the kart racing side mode into the main story for a bit. I don't see what the big deal is.
This isn't even hard. It's not even a race. There are no obstacles or challenge to it. The whole thing is inconsequential.
The focus here is on navigating the twisting road, maintaining your speed, and collecting rings to get a boost. Had there been hazardous obstacles here, you'd instead be complaining about how frustrating it is and hard to dodge them. You can't win. This racing minigame isn't anything special, but it certainly doesn't warrant this whining. I mean, you're the one who said it.
The whole thing is inconsequential, but this allows Sonic to enter, and this is an awful Sonic stage.
Funny, since this is actually my favorite Sonic stage, because I think it makes the most use of
It's my
Sonic's
second
movement and
favorite.
physics in interesting ways, and also features the bounce bracelet, my favorite power-up.
The entire mechanic of lifting up objects and moving them around only exists for just this one part of the entire game, and it slows
pro
Sonic
strat
down
is to
by a
throw
ton.
that
He literally
into the,
just showed
position.
footage of him picking up the key and moving at the exact same speed as normal.
This stage sucks too, mostly because of how fast he moves in such small corridors.
Once again, I bring
Bro.
up how the acceleration works. If you don't want to go fast because you can't handle it, you have plenty of time to slow down. He acts like as soon as you push forward, Knuckles blasts off at full speed, and that's just not the case. He keeps complaining about the game supposedly slowing him down, but whenever he's allowed to go fast in the hunting stages, he instead complains about that. It's like he'll only be satisfied if all he has to do is push forward without any skill or thought. Jared goes into a point about how poor the sound mixing in this game is, and I agree. The ports of the game royally screwed up the volume of the music, voices, and sound effects, but the English voices have always had problems of speaking over each other. But that's just it. English voices.
Yes.
For the Japanese voices, this problem is mostly non-existent. So I know most English speakers expect the English voices to suffice for a good enough experience. But
Nope.
if you're really that bothered by their problems and you're aware of the Japanese voice option, you really don't have any excuse not to use them. So making a big deal that it ruins the experience is kinda on you. They are the voices the devs wanted the players to hear, after all.
Which means one last tail stage. Only now locking on and blasting everything gets you killed, because there are panels that shoot you out into space.
This isn't a bad thing. It shakes up the gameplay such that it forces you to adjust your playstyle and yes, presents more of a challenge.
Another Sonic stage, which isn't the greatest since you have to flip gravity all around, which struggles against the controls in the camera already, and it's very slow moving.
I don't know what to do here other than say I disagree. The camera and controls work fine when gravity is altered. Also, since this is one of the last stages, naturally it's going to be more difficult, and since I pointed out Jared's lack of desire to learn and improve, it's easy to understand why he feels this way.
Sonic inexplicably learned Chaos Control, and uses the fake, not as powerful Emerald to warp back onto the Ark.
Once again, glossing over and misrepresenting the details of the story. Sonic witnessed Shadow using Chaos Control before, and has had tons of experience using the Chaos Emeralds in the past. So if you're questioning
So
why
he was
Sonic
like,
can use
"All right,
Chaos
bet.
Control, then
If this guy can use it, then I definitely can use it." Yeah, exactly. It's not flawed logic.
the better question is, why wouldn't Sonic be able to
Exactly.
use Chaos Control? And it's not like he pulls it off perfectly. He's shown afterwards being
Yeah.
very wary, the power having taken his energy out of him.
Instead, let's talk about how stupid the story is.
Whew, boy, I'm about to go ham on this guy.
Since you were so kind to release me, my master, I will grant you one wish.
I'm sorry, what? You're a genie? This is never brought up again, by the way, but Shadow has wish powers.
This confusion is partly due to the English
Nigga.
translation of "I will grant you one wish" from
True.
"I will grant you
But
your
I still don't
wish."
see how
Though
he
Shadow
would jump
knows
to the
what Eggman
conclusion
came for is
he has
explained
wish
later,
powers.
But to come away from this thinking Shadow has a wish powers,
Those idiots will never find my hidden base inside this pyramid.
Even though the entire outside is surrounded by gun soldiers, knowing exactly where his base is.
Gunn had established a presence in the
No.
area, for what reason we don't know, but they hadn't noticed that Eggman had a base located inside the nearby pyramid yet.
By the way, Rouge is actually a secret agent for the US government. That never really has any relevance to the plot, but there you go.
The fact that he put a line over that cutscene shows how little he paid attention or how little he actually cared about representing the game accurately. Rouge is a freelance spy who is paid in jewels on a mission for the president. Not only does this enrich her character, but it also gives us important information about Project Shadow. Rouge is tasked with spying on Eggman, and later uncovering the truth about Project Shadow. As a result, we learn about the Bio-Lizard, supposedly the true Shadow and the ultimate life form, with no documentation of Shadow the Hedgehog on board the computer in the control room. Rouge confronts Shadow about this later, about how he might not be the real Shadow, and this brings up the concept of his memories being fabricated, which foreshadows what is revealed later and is very important to Shadow's character and the message of the story. So yeah, her being a spy is kind of important to giving us the information we need to know. That cutscene he showed illustrates Rouge's purpose in the story, so I have no idea how he missed this.
Blowing up the Ark's cannon somehow triggers a message from Gerald Robotnik, Eggman's grandfather.
No, it wasn't destroying the cannon that triggered it. It was the insertion of the last emerald as shown in the last Dark Story cutscene and explained by Gerald himself.
Shadow isn't helping though. This is what he wanted. Until Amy shows up and gives him the whole "people are good" speech, which triggers another Maria memory where he was supposed to protect the people of Earth and not blow them up. And Shadow finally goes, "Oh shit, that's right, gotta go!"
While the English translation of this dialogue botched the scene, it's a lot more than "people are good." What Amy is saying is that even though people might be selfish or egotistical sometimes, i.e. make mistakes, they deserve a chance to fulfill their wishes of a happy life and to rectify those mistakes. And so she's begging Shadow not to rob them of that chance. Amy's begging triggers repressed memories in Shadow of Maria saying essentially the same thing. The way Shadow instantly changes his mind is actually in service of his character, but also the message of the story. Shadow is completely devoted to Maria's wish, whatever that may be. So as soon as he knows Maria's true wish, he doesn't hesitate to flip immediately, almost like a robot. But also, this illustrates Shadow as the representation of the message of the story, which is, people make mistakes, but they deserve a chance to fulfill their wishes of a happy life. In essence, Shadow is the vehicle for people's wishes and is completely devoted to them, whether it be Maria or Gerald's wishes.
Somehow Gerald's research went from massive Bio-Lizard to a hedgehog.
He's a mad scientist of the Robotnik family, what do you
considering
expect?
who his
Plus, it's understandable
grandson
why he
is,
wanted
I
ultimate
think we
life
could
form that is
construe
smaller and doesn't
we could construe that if Eggman is proud of his 300 IQ and Gerald is proclaimed to be the greatest scientific genius in history, yeah, if he truly is a genius and proclaimed to be the greatest, I would say his design philosophy being perfected after one try, not too far of a stretch. Especially seems though, as far as we know, before his snap of sanity, Gerald doesn't seem to be as narcissistic, prideful as his grandson, which is the only thing that holds Eggman back. That one character flaw.
Doesn't require life support to keep alive.
It's not very exciting or difficult, but at least you get to fly through space while Live and Learn plays.
I'm actually surprised Jared considers this fight easy, since it can actually be pretty challenging with all the lasers and orbs shooting at you.
Shadow, for some reason, falls through the atmosphere and burns up, despite having better chaos control powers. That's plot convenience for you.
Their super forms and the chaos control aren't the same thing. When they go super, they're wishing on the emeralds for great power, and if you're familiar with the chaos emeralds, when you have all 7, it turns your thoughts into power. But as for why Sonic survived and Shadow didn't, Sonic at this point has gone super multiple times, so he's much more experienced. Shadow, on the other hand, is doing it for the first time, and he's also under great emotional stress, having just flipped intentions completely, having hallucinations of Maria, and fighting the Bio Lizard, which is the embodiment of his creator's revenge. So basically, he overexerted himself. In gameplay terms, Shadow ran out of rings because he was inexperienced, and Sonic was able to preserve them because of his experience.
Sonic talks about how he's totally a hero with Amy.
Huh?
What?
Sonic was considering what it meant to be created as the ultimate life form, and then hid his emotions.
That nigga
when
had to
Amy asked
have
what was
deliberately wanted to misrepresent. There's no way you're gonna tell me that this nigga just made a genuine mistake, because in the English and the Japanese, Sonic did not make a statement anywhere near that. It's not even implied. This nigga.
wrong with his usual upbeat attitude.
Eggman talks with Tails about how he doesn't understand why his grandfather would want to destroy Earth, which is completely hypocritical since that was the one thing he wanted to do since the start, and he already boned everybody by f***ing up the moon.
No, Eggman, he was doing it as a threat. That's why he blew up the moon, to demonstrate its power. Nigga quite literally did not pay attention to the game. Even in the English script, that's still conveyed clearly.
Not quite. He fired at the moon to demonstrate the Eclipse cannon's power, and then proceeded to threaten the president with the destruction of his country within 24 hours if he didn't surrender to the Eggman Empire. Eggman never wanted to destroy the planet. He just
Otherwise,
wanted to
he would have nothing to
establish himself
rule
as the
over.
greatest scientific genius of the world and rule as dictator. Basically, he wanted to be recognized as the best. He's shocked that his grandfather went further than he would ever dare to, and that he'd even kill his grandson who looked up to him greatly.
Because we reinforced only the fun stages to ourselves, we warped our own perspective on the game as a whole.
Well, it may be true that a lot of people replayed the speech stages over and over again because they were their favorite parts of the game. That doesn't mean they magically forgot about the hunting and shooting stages. If everyone forgot about those stages, then why is SA2's story considered the best among the Sonic series, which requires playing those stages to experience, at least before YouTube was around? Why can't other people just like the hunting and shooting stages without there having to be some kind of conspiracy about people fabricating their memories about this game? The most annoying thing in this video is that Jared thinks that because he didn't enjoy the stages, that means nobody enjoyed them.
We warped our own perspective on the game as a whole.
And once again, the inverse of the truth. The reality is, misleading and dishonest reviews like this warp the reputation of an excellent game, and
that
take
like to
advantage of those who
dislike
hadn't
ratio
played it
says
in
it
a while,
all.
or those who
And
hadn't
the
played
amount
it
of
at
people
all,
that have watched
and
it.
also taking advantage of the backlash and subsequent attention from the gaming community to 06. And when those people see the adventure games and see that it has a similar style to 06, they think it must be bad too. Partially because of the popularity of this review alone, people who actually like this game are looked at as insane. That wouldn't be so bad if the review actually brought up valid points with sound reasoning, but as I've gone into, it doesn't. But not just that. Misleading millions of people with misinformation like this is harmful to the Sonic series itself. After 06, Sonic Team went in a different direction because they didn't want anything resembling 06 because they were scared shitless of repeating that mistake. And that fear has carried with them to this day.
Yep, it's right here. I hear people saying that they want Adventure 3, but the path that we're on and Evolution Adventure 3, what fans want that to be might not be an advancement of the series. So I don't want to do an Adventure 3 and step the franchise back just to give the fans what they want. That statement just sounds so stupid, Izuka. And this, I believe, is from a few years ago, actually around the time of Colors. Because this is one of the interviews, developer interviews I was talking about right here, this snippet right here. Like, it's what the fans want, so you don't want to give it to them. My guy. And he talks about stepping the franchise back, but that's exactly what he did with Colors game design and being mostly 2D, so you didn't take the risk of people who hated Sonic because it was 3D. And then Generations, you bring back classic Sonic and revisiting stages. That was, now the entire purpose behind that was mainly just as a celebration. That was the whole reason for why Generations was what it was. It was Sonic Generations. It was a celebration game, retreading old ground, but would redesign levels to add a fresher experience. But then you continue that nostalgia hugging in Lost World. Because it doesn't have, like, a bit of its structure is let me say, like, certain, like, elements, like, saving animals from roboticizers and whatnot, the capsules and all that, having regular batniks and no more, like, egg pawns or fighters or egg gunners and stuff like that. You go back to having the batniks. It's not really their names, they're just enemies. That's what they call them in the Japanese. They're just enemies. But batniks, eh. But nevertheless, it's just every game since Colors has done nothing but go back. And not necessarily in gameplay, just in aesthetic and presentation. So I don't, that thought process is just.
So when outsiders start going to the adventure games and deriding them because bad by association to 06,
they're just like this. They're just like this. No, they're not.
Fucking game grumps.
It muddies the waters and makes Sonic seem unnecessarily wary of making a Sonic Adventure 3, which is exactly what Sonic needs right now.
After every bad Sonic the Hedgehog game, we cannot act like going back to the Adventure series is somehow going to fix Sonic the Hedgehog.
Sorry, but you're gonna have to take a look at these videos.
I promise you the live stream.
Yo, I remember this part from the live stream.
It's a question I get asked all the time on social media. I'm gonna ask it to you now. I know you may not have an answer. It's okay. Are we ever gonna see a Sonic Adventure 3 someday?
So I am very aware of everyone's enthusiasm for Sonic Adventure 3. There are currently no plans to make Sonic Adventure 3, but I'd really like to potentially make it in the future.
Wait.
If possible. There's no plans.
So no promise, but you might think about it.
Someday. I'd like to make Sonic Adventure 3.
I forget where this was, which event this was. It don't matter what.
The Adventure
It
series
doesn't
is by
matter.
far and away the
It will
most
always
acclaimed
be.
and beloved time in all of 3D Sonic's life.
Yes.
And it's not just because of nostalgia. The outcry for Sonic Adventure 3 has persisted ever since Sonic Heroes. There's
Yes.
evidence of this in your own videos since you showed us comments on people wanting the adventure style. The adventure games are a hot topic. Hell, isn't that why you made this video? After Sonic Forces teasing us with glimmers of the adventure style, the desire for it is stronger than ever. There's a clear demand, and if you're a smart business...
I thought I was the only one that noticed that Forces does take after the adventure style, Adventure 2 in particular. Hell, his sound direction is very similar, like, because Forces and Adventure 2 are one of few games in the series that has vocal tracks. And not to mention, each song harkens to I forgot the thought I had on my mind, but basically, like, the sound direction, the way the story is structured, which the characters that they focus on, you know.
Business you supply. But because of all the misinformation pushed by reviews like this, Sonic Team is under the impression that making an Adventure 3 is some kind of wild risk. And since it's been shown that Sonic Team listens to genius critics instead of their own fans.
Recently, for example, the notion finally broke through that most people want Sonic games to be about Sonic, and that his ever-expanding entourage of neon woodland creatures can all go dive under a tractor.
This anti-adventure narrative is a big problem. Do you have any clue how much money a Sonic Adventure 3 would make just from the title alone? Sales aren't everything, but doesn't the fact that the adventure games are so beloved and that they're still highly relevant today tell you something? I'm sure there were tons of kids who played Bubsy 3D and have strong nostalgia for it too.
But where's
the demand for a sequel to that game? Both Bubsy 3D and Sonic Adventure 2 are terrible, right? So why the dissonance? Hell, Sonic Colors is considered a good game by a lot of people, but you hardly see anybody demanding for a sequel to that game. You might not like the adventure games, but there are a hell of a lot of people who did and still do, so why should Sonic Team listen to you and not them?
If the whole game was just Sonic the Hedgehog and not his stupid friends, the game would be a lot better.
I hate to get snarky here, but you know someone who's talking about Sonic is full of shit when they bring up that Sonic stupid friends talking point. And unfortunately, much to the fans and my dismay, Sonic Team actually listens to that crap, and as a result...
Because god damn it, do I miss Shadow, Rouge, Silver, Blaze, fucking Knuckles, the Chaotix. I love the Chaotix. God dang it. Even Cream and Cheese, they're decent.
We've got a decade's worth of games where we only get to play as Sonic.
When the Adventure series isn't that great. In fact, it sucks.
Yes, the Adventure series which millions of people enjoyed and still talk about and demand a sequel for because of their fluid and open gameplay, great stories, memorable characters, amazing soundtracks, and massive amount of content. It's a fact that they suck. You're all just wrong. Adventure 3 won't help the Sonic series, no matter how many millions of people buy it and get people talking about Sonic again. Because I don't like them. And if you do, your perception of the game is warped.
In fact, it sucks. Except for the marshmallow bits. And it's okay to like the marshmallow bits, because I sure do.
Implying it's not okay to like the other parts? Jared, I really don't want to get personal, but do you not realize...
In the immortal words of that nigga Caleb City in that one video. Nah, nigga, you're trash.
How arrogant it sounds when you implicitly state that it's not okay to like the non-Sonic stages because you don't like them? Why can't people just like those stages and by extension the game, rather than that they've mentally blocked them out so their perception of the game is, quote, warped? Just because you didn't like them doesn't mean everyone else feels the same way. And besides, if you went back to those stages with a more open mind without any of the preconceived bias, I'm sure you would warm up to them because I think they do have a lot of worth in their own right. Well, that was the video. To be honest, I don't know if ProJared actually made this review to warp people's perception of the game, given his smug demeanor throughout.
After every bad Sonic the Hedgehog game, we cannot act like going back to the Adventure series is somehow going to fix Sonic the Hedgehog. Well, the Adventure series isn't that great. In fact, it sucks.
How he keeps fabricating problems.
The dude runs fast, like practically Sonic fast. In fact, too fast.
And how many times he makes bold declarations on how everybody should feel.
Because we reinforced only the fun stages to ourselves, we warped our own perspective on the game as a whole.
I'm at least a little wary of his motives. But in spite of all that, I want to make it clear that I don't hate ProJared and I don't have any ill will towards him. I've explained how many of the criticisms Jared brings up I can't relate to or are either invalid or inaccurate. While there's always a degree of subjectivity and taste to whether or not you like something, Sonic Adventure 1 and 2 definitely don't deserve the lashing they've received. Speaking for myself, I love these games with all my heart, and I can say that definitively because I replay them regularly. And I cannot recommend them enough to anyone who hasn't played them. I really do think they deserve to be considered great games alongside the titans like Mario or Spyro or Crash or Ocarina of Time, other early 3D games. Contrary to what Jared says, the alternative styles are not awful. They actually have a lot of depth and are well designed, and you can easily see that if you just give them a chance. I personally really enjoy them. I've rebutted some of the criticisms against this game, but I haven't really made the case itself as to why the games are great, at least not in detail. So, if you still think the adventure games are terrible, then stay tuned for two future,
That is the first time I ever seen someone actually. I've seen this video before, but just looking at that part, it's the first time I ever seen someone actually jump over that dash panel and go straight for the railing on the next to the stairs. Because I always just go up that ramp that the dash panel leads you to.
Videos in which I will go into extreme detail with Sonic Adventure 1 and 2 and give the games the positive exposure they deserve. But as I'll be going into extreme detail, I'll of course talk about the things which I actually think are legitimate flaws or things that I think could have been improved. I just have a strong desire to counteract this growing anti-adventure sentiment. I think it's extremely important to let fans know that they aren't wrong for liking Sonic Adventure, and hopefully get some more people to take a look at them for themselves, or look at them in a way that they hadn't thought of before. At the end of the day, I just want these games to be given the positive recognition they deserve. Because if we can push back against the smears on the Sonic Adventure series, we'll get closer to getting an actual Sonic Adventure 3, which really is what Sonic really needs right now. I can make a whole video on its own just explaining why that is. Now, there's still be the question of Sonic Team being competent enough at this point to create a worthy SA3.
And that's what I was talking about earlier. People, is that if there was ever an era in Sonic to question the competency of Sonic Team, it would be now, because of that fearful nature that he laid out earlier in the stream.
But I don't think that's a reason never to do it. The roots of 2D Sonic has returned, so I say it's time for the roots of 3D Sonic to return as well. And contrary to what Jared's review said, I think they did mostly nail it the first time around. So it's worth bringing back. Jared, if you're watching this, all I ask is that you represent games fairly and accurately whenever you review them. Because you have a large audience and a highly viewed videos that sway general opinion and affect the actual series themselves. Really, I ask the same to any big content creator who talks about video games.
You got a lot by added that, because this nigga is arguably worse than Pro Jared.
Hey yo guys, thanks for watching the video. I hope the reception isn't too negative, but whatever. If you did enjoy, please give a like, and if you want to see more of this kind of stuff, in addition to my Let's Plays and animated series, then please subscribe and also support me on Patreon to hopefully make this stuff my living. Thanks again guys, peace out.
Okay, well, it is time to call it the stream. Actually, let me see if you were even still here, one viewer. Because I had two for a good minute. Nah, it's just you. Well, nevertheless, time for me to fucking go to sleep, because god damn it, I did not expect to stay up to sleep. Alright, I'll be streaming tomorrow. I'll probably play some Jack X Combat Racing. Get back to that. But I only play that for like 2 hours or so, and then I may do a little reaction to his other videos on stream, even though I've already seen them. He actually has some good videos on Resident Evil. I'm gonna watch his one on Resident Evil, the Resident Evil 2 remake. I only got through the first few minutes. I didn't like sit down and watch the rest of it. And also the 3 one, because I've heard things about Resident Evil 3 remake, that the game is short as hell. So, good thing I didn't, jump on it like everybody else. But anyway, time to call it a stream.